Welcome.
Test. Alicidra. Welcome to my channel. Discord small streamers. Welcome to my channel. Another viewer.
Welcome, Orin.
Iobran. Welcome to my channel.
Goodbye for now.
Made you happy, and can you still remember?
Nej, bre.
Good morning. Gdje si, rekao
Evo ništa, ne ustao. Pao 2 sata, 3 samo. Rekao bolje da sad ustanem da bi lakše zaspao uveč. A ne da se okrećem kao svinja.
2-3 sata.
To su muke kada nemaš obavez.
Napraviš sebi obavezu.
A?
Napraviš sebi obavezu.
A?
Mislim da nema kerava u quick play, nisam siguran, mislim da nema. Što je? Kakva je ovo masovna grobnica?
Axe. Welcome to my channel. Draculazrb. Welcome to my channel.
Alo, kerovi. Random sam primio full damage. Jesam išao preko kamena, ali ono... Nekad samo siđeš s kamena, nekad razumiješ ono pun gas, ono pola kocka. Evo, sad sam skočio ispod mosta, ništa. Dovoljno.
Goodbye for now.
perfectly fun. I don't have to look for a group of 5 enemies to kill in 3 seconds, then look for the next group in 20 seconds. As soon as I'm in a rift, I'm surrounded by enemies. I was looking forward to Diablo 4 so much, I took 2 days off because I am a 30-year-old father of 8 and a husband of 3 wives, like most of us. Yeah, true. And yet I turned the game off after a few hours on the first day instead of playing all night as provided, as planned, and it is still like that. Instead of playing late night into the night, I play a Helltide 1 or 2 Nightmare Dungeons and lose the desire. Because itemization is problematic, because uniques are often rubbish, but above all else, fighting is no fun whenever there's hardly anything to fight. I feel like if there were more fights like the Butcher in the game inside of the Nightmare Dungeons, I don't think people would feel this way because they would have like individual NPCs that were like interesting, worth fighting. I think the problem is that like a lot of the mobs are annoying to fight. Let's think of the mobs that are annoying to fight. Skeleton ballistas because they attack you from off screen. Succubus mobs because they run away from you. The bugs are annoying. Anything that is ranged is annoying. The guys that attack you and then they turn into bats and then they fly away, those are annoying. The spiders are annoying because they root you. Oh, the small mobs that blow up, the suicide boys. Oh, the ones that do poison on you too. True. Suppressor mobs are really annoying, yes. Well, what I'm saying is like a lot of the enemies are just fucking annoying to fight. So many of them are just fucking frustrating. And the way you solve the problem is that you just get so much gear that it doesn't even matter. But I don't think that's really that's not a very fulfilling way to play the game, is it? Oh, let's just get so much gear, and that way we'll just outgear any problem that happens. Okay, well, that's boring. It's really cool, actually. It's poor design. Well, I personally, like, as a melee player, I don't care about, like, realism or anything like that. It is literally this simple to me. It is fucking annoying to have to run after mobs that are programmed to run away from you. That's it. That's it. That's where it ends for me. It's fucking annoying.
Hickory.
I don't, it's not
Welcome to my channel.
It's not fun.
Lurking.
Hello and
it
welcome.
pisses me off every time it happens. I'm not like, oh wow, this is so interesting. Now it's really exciting. Like, fuck, man. Did Diablo 3 have mobs like that? Yeah, it did. It had the spear boys. And then there was that one spear boy in Act 1 that we needed for like the Uber key, and he would root you and then run away. That was really fun. Yeah, that was insane. I'd love if you did a tier list on the most annoying enemies. Yeah, that's a good idea. Biggest problems is CCs, barbs, and druids don't feel good because, don't feel it because they're always rogue is bad. Yeah, maybe you're right. It's annoying to chase mobs who are as fast as you as a melee character with mostly no mobility. Yeah, I think so too. Diablo 2 Act 3 had some mobs that were annoying, but not quite that annoying. Yeah, it's just like, I don't understand why the developers are so stubborn on not finding ways to give players directly, the ability to directly earn uniques. Have you got the Ancestral Rare Whirlwind that explodes whenever you stop casting it? Oh, no, because it's a bad item. You're talking about Gore's Gauntlets? Yeah, those are garbage. I don't know, I just think that, like, there's a lot of things in Diablo. I'll make a little list. Seeing death pulses is harder officially because other spell effects and other NPCs, explosions from on-death effects interrupt your movement. On death effects. Getting hit from a spell that was cast off screen. Resource burn. Poison. Oh. Being CC'd with no debuff indication. Getting sacred items at level 95. Those are the annoying jobs that I can come up with right now. Wave, mini. wave encounters only spawn 4 mobs per wave, and 3 of them run away from you. Spider webs, you're right. Skeleton barricades. I feel like these are the annoying things about combat. And like, this is basically just combat, right? Obviously, you could say like gem tabs or whatever, but these are the things that I think are bad about combat. Enemy poison pool is, oh yeah, enemy drops poison pool. Stand. Enemy drops poison pool, proceeds to stand in poison pool and use ranged attacks. Yeah. Oh, enemies that with teleport affects, as soon as you engage them, teleport to another room. Don't forget the stupid ice wall thing. Yeah. Yep, the hardest thing about ice wall being the effect it has on visibility rather than its damage or effects. True. So you can see how vulnerable. Yeah, I guess I'll add this. Yep, there we go. So these are the annoying things about the game. And like, there is not a single one of these things in the game makes it more fun. It's just fucking annoying. Stunlock, so I gave that. Being CC'd with no debuff indication. Never kill a monster in the RPG. It's your experience. Not max level. It's shit. Whirlwind snapshotting position. Oh yeah, yeah. That's actually a good point. Suppressor. Yeah, if you tap Whirlwind outside suppressor and then you move to attack the suppressor mob, it doesn't do damage. Yeah, very, very cool. And it's like that clearly doesn't make sense, right? It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, overlap and suppressor. Yeah, it's feature. Yeah, it does not make sense. It sounds crappy. Yeah, it's crap. Squad. That is on shit coding. Absolutely. Being frozen and then frozen chain with a V-hit. Being frozen, I don't think would be as bad if you had better V-hits. Like, you can't know how long the freeze is going to last for. You don't know if it's going to last for 3 more seconds or another fraction of a second. You have no idea. So, like, for example, if you knew how long the stuff was going to last, 2 seconds, you would be like, oh, okay, I can use my unstoppable ability now to get out of this freeze. But if you didn't know that, and you were just frozen for like 0.2 seconds, you're like, okay, I'll just wait this out. So it's like they basically made Diablo 3, they made something from Diablo 3 worse for no reason. Well, not necessarily, but I think that the affixes that they have are annoying. Like, I think that you can make something without making it annoying. Like, for example, resource burn isn't one of those for anything. Here's actually a good way to look at it, right? Is that if you have like a NPC or like a type of design that no player is writing, why is it in the game? If nobody likes it. Does that make sense? Like, why do you have this? Because I don't think people, like, for example, Dark Souls, like, people like Artorias, but he's a hard boss. Like, people like, Ornstein and Snow, but it's a hard boss. So, I don't think that difficulty has to be annoying. People like the Butcher. Yeah, people love the Butcher, but the Butcher is the hardest boss in the game. So, it's not just that difficulty isn't fun, it's that some types of difficulty aren't enjoying, or aren't enjoyable. They should add DLC, for Diablo 3. Echo of War is a good challenge in the game. Yeah, and it's not even really a challenge, it's that if you make one mistake, you're instantly dead. Even more boss battles? Yeah. I kill Butcher on accident? Yeah, I mean, I have two. How's that not a challenge? In general, I like it whenever a game asks you to get to the number 4 without making you do 2+2. And I feel like whenever you have a boss fight like Uber Lilith, that is so massively punishing and super hard that it's almost impossible to do anything other than just avoid every single attack and play it perfectly scripted correctly, then I find it kind of boring. Because every single kill attempt is kind of the same thing, and there's not really a lot that a player can do to adapt their strategy to the boss based off of their playstyle. They still kind of have to do the exact same thing. Like, for example, in Dark Souls, like, I've always used an example, you know, Dark Souls asks you to get to number 4, but it doesn't matter if you do 2+2, 3+1, 4+0, 5-1. Like, I don't know, like -8 plus +12. You can get to 4 as well. So that's what's, I think, good about games like that, is that they provide a challenge, but they give you different ways to solve the problem. And so Final Fantasy Savage raids are too. It's almost synchronized swimming. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I mean, sure. Your offensive doesn't do shit, may as well unbind it. Yeah, exactly. You need raids. I think Diablo should add raids in like a season like season 5 or 6. Just see what happens. I know that a lot of people don't really want that, but I think they should try it. Like, just see what happens. Like, don't make it like a mandatory thing, but just, you know, put it in the game and see if people like it. Different builds for Roulette, for example, Barbarians can take raids and ghosts. Barbarians can't, but most builds can't. Almost nobody can. And they have to completely build for that. And I think that's also a good thing. Do you think they should have more world bosses? No. What if the game is more aggressive system? Raids should happen to use expansion down the road. Yeah, they need to fix the basic issue. What kind of reward do you see given out for those raids? I don't know. Start with just pretty much like a lot of legendaries, just like a lot of gear. And then if people really like them and it's enjoyable, then add better gear. It's that simple. Necro plus Blood Mist and immune to all damage. Yeah, there's that too. You're right. World bosses are the LFR of Diablo 4. Yeah, pretty much. The other Diablo 3 bosses that are used as special, I totally agree. The game remains as much talk, videos and criticism, and tons of complaints, it's just a bad game. Well, I don't know. I think, like, a lot of people are playing Diablo. Like, well, let's go back in, like, a year or so, and we'll see how many people are still playing the game. Because, like, the fundamentals of Diablo, like, the base gameplay, the way the characters move, the world, the strength of the game, I think it's exactly what people want. And I think that's why people are getting a lot of feedback. The real problem is whenever you have a game that comes out that nobody cares about, and then people just leave and quit. Like, that's the issue. There's no true grind with the game. Everything gives the same loot. Picture gives the same better loot for Lilith. Yeah, I think that's true too. More challenging content should reward better loot. Yeah. People wouldn't be complaining if it was bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people would be immediately quit the game. Crossing like Uber Lilith is hard. Sort of learning to get through each time, but definitely not one shot. I would really like to see. I would really like to see more bosses that are in between Uber Lilith and Elias. I think that's what everybody wants, honestly. I think Blizzard's adding one of the bosses, but I just don't want to see another boss that's added into the game that's like Uber Lilith, where it's like, you make one mistake and then your character is just evaporated. Like, one mistake, you're dead. Like, okay, this isn't... Like, I get, like, yeah, I guess that's a way to make it challenging and hard, but I just don't find it to be super interesting. Like, I just don't. Right? I mean, like, all of the really big challenging games don't really do that.
Thanks.
Challenging maybe,
Što
but
te
not
skočim
engaging.
tarabu iz
Yeah.
5. puta.
Rumor has it in an interview they gave the new boss they're adding to is akin to Uber Lilith. Yeah, we'll see what
Working as
happens.
intended.
I do still want to beat the boss just for the sake of doing it, but that's about it. It is in WoW. Yeah, and that like mythic rating is like who's rating in WoW? Like, let me see actually. Warcraft logs. Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious because I don't know how many people are rating in WoW versus let's see here, TOC statistics and TOC versus retail WoW. Can I uncheck retail WoW? Okay. And then raids, statistics. Yeah. So like you can compare this. Like, this is retail WoW. You see, like, these are the numbers for, like, this is Mythic, and Heroic is obviously going to be higher. Like, actually, there's a lot for Heroic. and this is Trial of the Crusader. There's a lot more people doing like high-end content, but at the same time, this is only 25 heroic. Keep this in mind. So like normal, there's going to be even more people doing it. Well, actually not even more. Like there are. And then 10 player, obviously, you have one now. So overall, in what I would say is probably the biggest role in content for classic WoW, because like nobody gives a shit about POC, I wouldn't be surprised if it might actually still be outperforming because you're adding like 4 different lists of these numbers. It might still be outperforming retail WoW. Genesis Logic, we always see successful people being haters. Kind of, yeah. Do you think suggestion changes you to a boss you can't beat is bias? Well, what happens after I beat the boss? Then my assessment is correct. So like if I beat the boss, like for example, Millennium. I beat Millennium. I think it's a gimmick boss. I don't think it's a great boss fight. Because the entire fight is built off of being able to dodge water gun. And if you can do that, the boss is a joke. And if you can't do that, you can't kill the boss. That's all there is to it. It's one ability, and if you do that, that's it. Remember Wulong? People said the same thing about that. I beat all of Wulong, and I still said the game was garbage. There are a lot of things in games that you have to use them and be an expert in them to be able to detect what's good or bad or not.
Heart and go. Welcome to my channel.
Tu gryt? Stara pijandura.
Stara pijandura, overio sve na...
Pojenta je samo kad kao ne dira bocu, znaš. I kad je dovoljno motivisan.
Hoćemo gledati večeras.
Zavisi kad dođem.
Šta si, koji si izmjena druga?
Aha.
Dobro, posle 10.
Milane Tilis.
A gde vam je, da, gde nam je rad? Neki employee ovdje noć. Jel ti je...
Employee?
Jel ti dolazi?
Sreća, pa nije, rekao sam da radim, ne treba mi to zadovoljstvo.
Da, bravo njegu.
Da, znam, bezposlan čovjek, nema šta da radi u životu. Hvala.
To nego, na primjer, kad dođe kod tebe, on nešto
Ono je razumno, da. Vidio. Opa, idemo pare. Pare, opa. Aha. Evo puške koje mogu da koristim. Drilling. Sad treba izaći kući da smatra. Možda sam bio da skupim 60 poena da uključujem onaj nagan skin. I sad mogu sam da uzem pa možda mi reći Nitro Express da prodam, ali odlučio sam uzmem Drilling, bar mogu da ga koristim. Nitro Express definitivno ne bih uzeo. Je zaglavio nogu iz jednog malog panja, ne može da pomeri. Ma da. Mrzi.
Meni su najjače ove streamerke napucane. Ima Warzone, a neka Link Fry. A te... nije sređena preko stream, znaš kao...
Da, kao da izlazi iz diskoteke, no.
Pa to, meni je to smešno. Za preglede i za viewere to pali muškarci. Tako?
Ne znam koga to pali.
Pa...
Znam koga pali, ne moraš da odgovoriš. Pada mi jedna osoba na pamet. Jedna osoba mi pada na pamet.
Nisu svi kao ti, vrti. Pali, vrti, znaš koliko ljudi. Ja sam isto to sebi rekao. To, ali ono da, ono pali ovako tip scena. Pogotovo ovako kako važno da su napucani.
Draculizer. Welcome to my channel.
Dođi. brate, nešto pojedem.
Prijatno.
Teo sam da odem, pojedem nešto, no ja se ustanem u 7. Moj čale je zaključao vrata. Ili Kijeva kad ode na posao zaključao vrata, da neko ne ponese čalec.
Ne.
Ulazna vrata od onog gornjeg dela kuće. Ja onda, imam ja svoj ključ, onda neću ja ključati.
Da, ali mrzit.
Mrzi me, da, ja onda kao, aj dobro, kao još ću kasnije. Whatever. 117 pojena. A lutao sam 5 ljudi. Eto koliko event ovaj. 5 ljudi skupio sam ove gluposti po mapi.
Ništa se.
Momento.
S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel.
Ajde, dođi, dođi. Dođi. Ha, gdje je nestao izlaz? A? Tu je, tu je. Ajde. Peđa, ako si tu, ja sam ustao da spavim kafu. Aj pogledaj kad izlazi Path of Exile 2, to jest 2.0, to je u suštini
Jel me čuješ?
Upgrade onaj. Nešto je.
Septembar 1.
Halo? Toli
Biće od 1. septembra pa do 5. Na onaj
Test.
Gamescom, Nexio,
A.
i tako to, pak tad i onda će verovatno posle toga, tad je tamo proba. E sad, nisu rekli kad izlazi, verovatno će posle mjesec dana da izađe, znači oktobar fazom možemo da očekujemo Petofexe. Baš sam sad čitao, to sam jebate, vidiš ti to pitaš me sad to, a ja jutros upalim Steam i izađe mi vest za brate Petofexe 2.
Pa znam, zato što je Diablo izašao i pošto je Diablo izašao, jedan moj prijatelj, poznanik je primetio da je Diablo nezavršen, kako ti objasnim. Ima dosta stvari koje nisu dobro razrađene. Nisu igre koliko što $70, koji su pojedini karateni platili $110. Da.
Igre skuplje, a sve lošije napravljeno.
Ne, nego jednostavno...
Kako se radi preko kurca sve?
Je preko kurca. Jednostavno toliko ih je prpa bila da im ne uzme taj Petofexe, taj Grinding Gear Games, da im ne uzme dobar deo populacije, pošto je to free igra koju plaćaš kozmetike i stash tabove, onaj dodatni inventar. I to je to. Vrlo jednostavan princip, ali čitava igra i razumeš sve, znači sve 90% što treba da te navuče da igraš je free. A ako ti se svidi, možeš da uložiš. A mislim da ti je hunt free, a da plaćaš preko 5 lovaca i da plaćaš, ne znam, da... kozmetiku da plaćaš, slotove za lovce, one custom slotove. To ti je sve opcija. Možeš bez toga da igraš, ali možeš i da platiš developerima ako hoćeš. Ne, stvarno izgleda epski nagant.
Ja gledam intervju neki na tanku info, neki Boris Antonijević, neki... Baš mi dobar intervju, evo ti... Znači, Diablo 4 nije ni određen kako treba. Moguće to je.
Čekaj.
Moguće to je jebate Blizzard.
Evo ti ukratko,
Welcome.
On je bukvalno zato što je kupio igru i streamovo igru i...
Hoće drugi da ih pije...
I on je najglasniji, u suštini, vidi, njemu je teško da da ti $70 isto koji meni, znaš.
Jasno.
Pokemon is one of the most controversial and most hated streamers on Twitch. From beef with Keemstar and Leafy is here, to flagging down videos from Roblox and Etsa Gundam. What got Pokemon to this point? How did she get so hated in the first place? To answer this question, we have to go back to the beginning of Pokemon. Monolith was a modern high school years, was gaming, especially when she got her first PC, where she started streaming her summer life in high school in 2014. She ended up enjoying streaming so much, she stacked her classes, she started teaching in 2014. started to get brand deals that amounted to $20,000.
Where you can actually make a living doing it, and that's
6. Amana in her high school years fell in love with gaming, especially when she got her first PC, where she started to stream in her senior year of high school in 2013. She ended up enjoying streaming so much that when she was in college, she stacked her classes, attending 4 days a week to be able to stream more. Pokemon's stream started to grow, and she started a YouTube channel in 2014. Pokemon really saw the potential of the streaming hobby actually being a viable career, and she started to get brand deals that
when did you start realizing that all of a sudden this could be a business? Where you could actually make a living doing it, and
I remember,
yeah.
I was second year university, and up until then, I had been streaming kind of like part-time as a hobby, and I was studying chemical engineering. And then it got to a point where 1 month, I made like $10,000+ in just brand deals. And once that happened, I was like, oh, okay, like this can actually be a job.
Twitch back then only had around 300,000 peak viewers and wasn't as popular as it is today. So the option of streaming becoming a viable option was revolutionary, with Pokemon taking full advantage. Pokemon took off a year from the college classes to see what the streaming thing could really happen. After a year off, Pokemon traveled to Los Angeles to stream. When she would network with a fellow streamer, they ended up joining the same streaming agency. This was a great thing for Pokemon, since she got a spare room in his house, so she could also stream, and this would also lead to the group Offline TV soon after. This year off college classes proved to work out great for Pokemon, and she ended up growing exponentially, deciding not to move back to college. By 2017, Pokemon was a full-time and established streamer, bringing in 450,000 more followers by the end of the year. She further expanded her follower base, collaborating with streamers like Destiny and members of Offline TV. Following 2017 being a great year for her Twitch, the Battle Royale game Fortnite came out, a game that created multiple careers for people like Ninja, C-Day, and Cypher PK. Originally, Pokemon was sponsored by Fortnite to play this game, but she ended up falling in love with it. This enjoyment for the Battle Royale made her play it a lot more on stream, boosting her to new heights she never saw before. Pokemon's popularity always has really confused me from a viewer's perspective, since she isn't really that good at the game. Like, the only logical conclusion I can come to is that people like her for her personality, I guess. This choice to play Fortnite on stream and follow the wave of popularity of Fortnite blew up her channel, reaching 1 million followers on Twitch.
Control, I can't. They use something random here. I can't. Thank you, Grumpy.
Now, up until this point, it's been
Play
mostly
Path of
smooth
Exile
sailing
2
for Pokemon, but this controversy would open the floodgates for why a lot of people dislike her. This would start when Keemstar, on one of his drama alerts, would say that Sniper Wolf photoshopped a picture of her cosplaying a Fortnite character on Instagram.
Guys, today is a very special day. Today is the 4th annual Drama Alert Halloween Costume Contest. Number 12. Sniper Wolf, dressed up as a girl who photoshops her Instagram pictures. Definitely not her real waist. Just saying.
Then on Twitter, a fan of what I would presume is Sniper Wolf's fan asked Keem why he's hating on her, and Keem responded with, "Alexa, what is a virgin?" And I think at this point, the whole conversation could have been settled. I don't really think it's that deep. I don't think the guy was gonna alt F4 because the guy that looks like a literal gnome called him a virgin, though Pokemon for some reason decided to involve herself, stating the following: "It's fine to dislike another content creator, but you probably shouldn't hate on innocent fans. Realize you have an audience that will also attack them, and most people aren't used to receiving hate like that. Do better, Keemstar. FYI, joking about a fan's isn't cute either." Keemstar would then reply to her tweet stating this:
"Pokey, this is like a man, a full-grown man, and I jokingly called him a virgin, and he's not. This whole overreaction thing is a bad look for you. Makes me think you're not legitimate. You're not a real person. You're a fraud. You're fake."
And from this clip, I have to side with Keemstar. I think this is a dumb idea that because you're a big content creator, you can't make jokes, or that Pokemon was implying that content creators are responsible for their fans, which is a growing sentiment I've been seeing with some people that I genuinely don't understand. And Keemstar was 100% correct when he says this looks like a bad move for her. Pokemon would then double down with this would respond.
I'm not gonna lie, I laughed pretty hard at the ending of your video because you say that I'm overreacting, yet you called me a fraud just for asking you to be nicer to other people's fans. Who's really overreacting in that situation? And I'm sorry, but I think I'm being very legitimate by not encouraging your kind of behavior, because imagine all content creators just ran around picking on and attacking other people's fans.
Now, after this, Keemstar would go on to dig up old tweets, asking Pokimane if she is homophobic, which even though I find funny, I don't really think Keemstar should have done this. After Keem's tweet, Pokimane replied saying that it was just jokes with her friends and she didn't really mean to harm anybody with the tweets. After this whole Twitter drama, Boblax would do what he always does with every Twitter drama and make a video documenting it. After this video got some attention, the video ended up getting struck by Pokimane. This inevitably sparked criticism from a variety of YouTubers, even PewDiePie. This was probably the worst decision Pokimane could have done, seeing that it just probably made the drama a whole lot worse, and copyright striking a video will eventually always make a lot of people furious. Pokimane would later go on a podcast with the Misfits and explain why she took down the video. Later on, Pokimane would get into even more drama with the streamer Pigman dad, when all she did was unfollow her on Twitter.
I literally had her on mute. And then I was like, what? And then she asked me. And I was like, I don't watch your stuff. And then she was like, oh, so it's about Slicker. I'm like, no, I don't watch your stuff. And then she kept sending me like the blushing smiling emoji. I was like, this is weird as fuck.
This was a really petty drama and made her seem really entitled. Soon after the drama, it would continue with Keemstar, and Keemstar would put out a tweet of Pokimane supposedly saying the N-word. Pokimane would then say that she was talking about her teammate, so the hate train would start when an old clip of her service ended a few years back.
Ain't funny. That's not true. Maybe you're just boring as fuck and lame as hell. Cause only lame say that shit.
Pokimane would then respond to this tweet saying the following: hard for me to speak on this clip's context because it's so old. I'm almost 23 and I was underage in that quote. But it was definitely not said in a racist or a derogatory meaning. There was a time period / environment where saying it was more common and used to replace for dude. Not much else would come from this until 2020, when Pokimane would false flag yet again, this time being It's a Gundam. Though to make matters way worse, she even went after his sponsors. You might be asking, it must be a really hurtful video if she decided to take it down, even go after his sponsors. But no, literally all this video was him just making fun of Poki's simps. And for some reason she got so butthurt at this video that she said this on stream.
And I will say, for this company to sponsor a video that's literally 20 minutes of talking shit about me, you will never see. Dude, your website's so ass it won't even load. But if you ever reach out to me, if I ever see you in my inbox, on site.
Pokimane obviously looks really bad in this clip and pretty much broke the YouTube's cardinal sin yet again. When this happened, it started a swarm of channels talking about how bad this was, and for some reason Pokimane just decided to ignore it at the time, which probably only fueled the fire. On July 26th, Keemstar yet again trolled Pokimane, saying simply just Pokimane 2 out of 10. Furthermore, after this, Leafy is here in his comeback to YouTube, made over 15 videos on Pokimane, such as content follow Pokimane, Winter Pokimane, and content with Pokimane. Leafy is here in these videos, would call her unattractive, not funny, which I'm not gonna lie is kinda true, and also talk about all the bad stuff she's done that we have discussed previously. Leafy's videos on Pokimane were probably some of his best work, and made this whole drama overall the most memorable out of all her dramas.
Oh my god, did you hear that? That is like the best, that's one of the best burps I've ever done. Did you hear it?
I would rather donate $5,000 to Alinity than $50 to Pokimane. I'd watch Jake Paul vlogs before Pokimane. I'd watch Gabe before Pokimane. I think I'd watch anything on YouTube before Pokemon. Her stream is shit.
Leafy's here also said she had a boyfriend, and that all her tier 3 simps are simping for nothing. When Leafy's here said this, it started a trending hashtag called Pokemon Boyfriend. Pokemon seeing this hashtag decided to take a pic of her with Barack Obama. It's time to come clean. Soon later, after Leafy's 15th video on Pokemon, he actually got banned on YouTube. Though I'm not going to say this is 100% why he got banned, because Leafy on Rumble present day has said many times that this probably isn't the only reason why he got banned. On August 5th of 2020, Pokemon decided to take a break after getting justified hate, probably fueling the fire even more to the hatred towards you. Hi friends, since quarantine began, it's been hard for me to find the same joys and motivation for making content. The things I look forward the most, like visiting with my families, traveling, going to conventions, and meeting some of you, aren't possible right now. This has led me to feeling burnout for quite some time, and because of that, I've been planning to take a month off. I recognize that I'm very lucky to be able to work during a pandemic. However, I still need to do what's best for my mental health. I haven't taken a month off since I graduated from high school over 6 years ago, and I feel like it's long overdue for some time away from my career and online expectations. I want to be happy and excited to make content for you all, and I'm looking forward to getting back into that headspace. Until then, I hope you use this message as a reminder to take care of yourselves. Disconnect from all social media, go outside, pick up a new hobby, and hang in there. 2 weeks later, after being radio silent, dropped her long overdue apology to all of the stuff that happened on the internet over the past couple of months.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well. This video is to address recent comments and criticisms that I received. I know this video is long overdue, and I planned a vacation for around this time, but I honestly should not have taken any time off prior to acknowledging or addressing or apologizing for these things.
She took another break after this and reappeared in probably the most cancer way possible.
But I do like to be careful. But also, you know, there are certain upsides. For example, for me, well,
Though she took a massive blow to her reputation during all of this, she leached Shen off of another game that would make it rise to even more popularity, the game Among Us. Through this, Pokemon did more collaborations, as did every other YouTuber around the time, boosting her popularity even more.
I don't think it's funny. Oh my god! It's funny! What?
In 2022, Gideon, a very popular YouTuber and streamer, finally got verified on Twitch. And during one of his streams, started to poke fun at Pokemon. And it started with him saying that he has a lot more people on his live than Pokemon. Seeing this, Gideon as a joke tells his viewers to go rate her chat and say L+ ratio. During the raid, the people rating her chat said some pretty bad things to other chatters through Whisper that could have contributed to the ban that Gideon would receive. Though I am gonna say I think this ban was pretty stupid, and I don't think it's really Gideon's fault for what the people did that rated Pokemon's chat.
They just I was so fast.
Oh, that was a movie.
So
Dude,
yes.
I think I merely buy the best gun in the game.
Who is video? Okay. I can't believe you could just E whenever you want before the round starts. Right? That's so fun.
In this clip, obviously, looks like she might have taken it just a little bit too far. I mean, I don't really think it's that deep that people spammed in your chat saying L+ ratio. Maybe it's just me, though. After this raid, Pokemon promptly ended stream, and this prompted multiple streamers to give their opinion on the situation. At Real Mizkif said how Pokemon still has to deal with this misogyny and harassment in 2022. And it's even more sad how I have to say this publicly, because people are afraid to stand up and saying she's being treated poorly because they'll be called a simp. After this trolling, Gideon ended up getting banned for 2 weeks off of Twitch. Though Gideon didn't let up and just kept trolling on Twitter, with him changing his Twitter PFP to Pokemon with no makeup. Pokemon's response to this was for some reason privating her Twitter to Pokemon with no makeup. Pokemon's response to this was for some reason privating her Twitter account, even though that like every other drama she's been in, she didn't private her Twitter account. I don't know, man. Soon after this, Twitch for some reason decided to change the 2-week ban to a permanent ban for some reason. And when the news broke Ninja was live on stream and said that he maybe could help Gideon and talk to his representatives. Ninja after the stream said that he actually didn't do it, though this whole situation got way worse when his wife got involved and said that they're gonna sue Pokemon for defamation of character, which I think is like really cringe, and people on Twitter also said that Ninja is apparently a misogynist for helping Gideon, which isn't the case, and neither was Gideon, but literally just told his chat to go spam L+ ratio. In the end, Pokemon and Gideon collabed in a video and made up.
Someone sent me a compilation of Pokemon. We'll see, we'll see. Crazy.
Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
Good morning, boy. Good morning.
I'm not ready yet.
No.
I do not have
I see. Seems interesting.
No, I love going up to people. I'll just be like, I'm back with the Burberry on. Like, I say rap lyrics like super fast.
Though Gideon never ended up getting his Twitch back. Now, in present day, Pokemon has gone into even more drama, with there probably being the most she's ever been in any drama. This all started when XQC, one of the biggest streamers on Twitch besides Pokemon, got a kick deal. In this deal, XQC was given $100 million. Pokemon in a call on XQC's stream congratulated him and everything, though for some reason she decided to go behind his back and talk to Valkyrie, saying that she shouldn't have congratulated him publicly at all, even though she literally just did the same thing.
I tweeted, congrats to XQC, I think because I think it's like an owner to parties, and she responded, she was like, I'm surprised that you were publicly supporting it, and I do want to make it clear that it is kind of a weird situation because the platform is run by crypto gambling. It promotes gambling, which is the bad part. The bad part, long story short, I like gambling personally. I think it's fine to do, you know, if you're of age, you gamble what you can afford to lose, you're okay with it, it's all good. The part that gets messy is when you're streaming it. Some people that shouldn't, like people that are prone to addiction, people that are underage.
The only reason why I think she could have said this to Valkyrie is because she's scared that with this deal will pull a ton of people away from Twitch, indirectly hurting her stream, which to be honest I don't really think is going to happen. She is the face of Twitch. Though pretty much every drama I've covered so far, Pokemon Assault was the last girl persona, that what we're about to get into could sound garbage. On a live stream, Pokemon can be seen being extremely passive aggressive towards XQC, where he's just being nice to her.
And also something called like a roadmap. You know, there's a roadmap when there's a game that really makes updates. When they have a content roadmap, you know what that means?
Yes, they're plans as
Yeah,
a company.
a roadmap,
I know what
right.
a roadmap is.
Right.
I've co-founded 2 companies off this.
Okay, so
like the fact that she even decides to flex her 2 businesses is like insane. After this, she can be found on stream in this clip looking extremely pissed off and won't stop talking about her net worth, and then says that you have bad morals and ethics because you use the Kick live streaming platform.
And it's not because I got like $10 million. It's just because I'm good as I am. Why would I compromise my morals and ethics for more money when I have money? Something about that is so cringe to me personally. Like I understand, you know, if you need to make money, right? For me to do cringe shit when I have my, I can't. Like, ew.
No, I'm gonna try to like use some logic and try to think exactly why she thinks this is. So basically Kick is owned by Stake, which is a gambling company. So I think Pokemon thinks that if you go to Kick, they're joining a gambling platform, which isn't really the case, saying that all gambling is in one section of the website, a lot like Twitch. And let's be completely real, I mean like Twitch's parent company is Amazon, which probably has same or even more shady practices, like how their delivery drivers bottles and probably a lot worse that aren't even public. Both have some pretty bad attributes, and I don't think the stance Pokemon is trying to portray is good at all. Most recently, she has now played the victim card like she has in pretty much every drama I've covered so far, seeing that she's treated different from any other streamer in the space. Even though she's probably treated the best thing, again, she's the poster child of Twitch now. And then she goes on to say that because she gets all the hate for the, again, bad things she's done, which I mentioned throughout all of this video, this deters other women from streaming, which is further from the truth, and this clip basically boils down to her saying that you're sexist if you criticize me, which is just like the most take she's ever had in her career so far.
The way that people treat me deters any other woman in this space from genuinely talking about their honest opinions or behaving how they probably really want to, because they recognize the treatment that they can expect. Girl, I will never forget one time I had a girl come up to me and she's like, oh, I stream sometimes. She basically said, she was like, but I'm way too scared to stream without makeup because I saw what people like did to you. And I was like, that's so sad.
So I asked a question at the beginning of this video. How did Pokemon get so hated? I think this comes down to simply her playing victim, false flagging, her annoying undesirable simps, and her inability to avoid petty drama. I think Pokemon should just avoid drama in general and just focus on streaming. But let me know in the comment section down below what you think Pokemon should do. Also, before I end this video, I want to thank everyone for the recent support over the past 4 months. We hit 1,000 subscribers, and I'm so grateful to everybody that watches my content. And I seriously couldn't have done this without you guys. Without further ado, Namos, peace.
I appreciate that. Impressive. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a while. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a while. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. The beast is ready.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
The new sensationalistic statement of the day is white people don't exist. This is a deliberate misuse of a deceiving declaration, completely unfit to address a very complex discourse stemming into biology, genetics, politics, culture and language. I'll do my best to address it professionally. Hello noble ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and on this channel, in the midst of all of these lies and psychological manipulation, is a place where reason, logic and fairness still hold value in order to give you a non-political, sensible take on this matter. But I would like to begin by reading an article which I believe to be at the basis of this announcement. This one here. White people don't exist, says author Walter Mosley. Walter Mosley, American crime fiction novelist. Yes, this does sound like the sort of fiction a novelist would write about. Befitting, says racism will end when we realize white people don't exist. Well, I'll respond to this second statement at the end of this video, but let's begin by saying how he justifies this allegation that we apparently need to realize, aka white people don't exist. In my experience, there are usually 3 different founding premises that are used to try and support this proclamation: the linguistic basis, the cultural basis, the political social construct basis. Today I'll dismantle the first 2, and then I'll address the third one, which does require a bit more of a nuanced take, if you will. I am curious to see which one he decided to go for, so let's keep reading. Mostly also invoked a things that make you go moment. Doesn't make me go makes me go facepalm. He challenged our collective societal construction of race, specifically our acceptance and use of white to identify a culturally diverse group of people. Okay, so it's the cultural one. Piece of cake to debunk. You'll see. I've been giving this talk a lot lately that the big issue about race in America is that there is no such thing as white people, mostly said, and you know, in order to end race in America, all we have to do is recognize that the notion a white person doesn't really exist on any term and in any way. Keep this one in mind because he's already starting to show his bias on any term and in any way. I'll readdress this. Well, you know that people think about who they are from culture, not from suppose DNA or color, what continent, you know. Somebody came from a long time ago, cause then you could start talking about European people, you know. He said, I mean, over time I said, well, nobody's white. Gypsies aren't white, and Vikings aren't white, and the Greeks aren't white, and the Spaniards aren't white, you know. They are who they are, you know. And they understand themselves in a certain kind of way that got redefined in America because they had to kill the Native Americans and enslave the Africans, so they had to become white people. First, how a person can use you know 5 times in a row in such a short interval is beyond me. Well, actually, it isn't beyond me at all. It can be analyzed through the study of discourse pragmatic function conversation analysis. This is what is called an acknowledgement marker, and it has a precise social use within linguistic psychology. In investigating a full range of discourse functions with reference to recurrent pattern distribution phenomena of repetitive acknowledgement marker overuse within a short given time, it conveys a certain level of uncertainty or lack of confidence in any given statement, hence the constant need of validation from an interlocutor. The marker itself is important because it carries and signals information which is relevant to determining the validity of the propositional content uttered by the speaker. This philosophical position, why people don't exist, even though it's someone's words such as culture, DNA, nation, heritage, is not the result of carefully considered deep empirical studies based on consistent data analysis, or he would be adamant about it. It is a poorly constructed shock factor thesis applied with flawed and unjust premises. Now, the reason why I'm doing this today is because I want to go through this with a fine comb, and I will leave no stones unturned. Now on to the content of the argument itself.
Drakula me iznenadio što je isto tako rano, ali ja sam od u 1:15 već idem na posao 1:10, tako da sam svejedno usto rano, znaš, ne vidim pointa da spavam do 12.
Pa već prošlo 2 nedelje.
Pa 2 nedelje? Ne znam šta je problem.
Aj, fata morgana. Pa brzo mi ne.
Da. Čekašone. No.
Opet pao u depresiju.
Što KD mu pada u bunar, šta? On bi živio mnogo srećniji život kad ne bi se zamarao s tako retardiranim stvarima. Ne kažem da je on mentalno zaostao, već da nema pointe to što radi. Ne bi Krajtek izbacio leaderboard listu da je taj MMR sistem i taj ranking po KD-u da je imao smisla. Da ljudi ga nisu zloupotrebljavali i koristili. Čovjek uzme account na Turskoj ili na Čileu, nemam pojma, za Euro 2, kupi Hunt Showdown i upiše se kao, ne znam, S.W.Frost, Twitch TV 2 i napravi 100 kilova sa ESP-em ili bez ESP-a, nebitno. I stoji prvi na leaderboard listi. Ti pogledaš leaderboard listu igre i to ti je zapravo džabe reklama. Archie, čini mi se Rakta i Delaney su se zabavali, razumeš, kupe novi account, razumeš, upiše se na listu i stoji prvi tamo, razumeš, nemam pojma koliko dugo. Ali ajde, to je ono, znaš, to je ego trip, ajde, nema veze. Ali imaš ljude koji nemaju veze, oni bar znaš zašto to rade, ono, za besplatnu reklamu. Imaš ljude koji to rade radi ne znam čega.
Igrali smo noći za 3 sa Rumunom.
I'm not ready yet.
Spava li taj čovjek?
I must wait a moment.
Ili mu ti ne daš da spava?
Na drugom monitoru mi je Steam, ono prije Steam.
Da, znam. Jesi gledao onaj klip što sam bacio u General Gamingu, jesi đavola? Čekaj da vidim. To ti inače, da ne bi neko rekao da je to stari klip, star godinu, dve, taj klip je star mjesec dana, mislim, tako neka glupost.
Debil pucam sa Centennialom 10 metaka u njega, nijedan marker, on skače sa stene u mene i menja pravac i pokuša kontra. Evo, zabija mi
Pa da, zašto bi te gađao u recimo nogu u guzici, to može te pogodi u glavu. Ne vidim point.
Da, on mene u letu, on leti i pravi slalom u letu i pogleda.
Da.
Ako ga prati kroz ne vidi ga.
Ne, kao, imaš komentare koji kažu kao, pa po zvuku ga prati, znaš, kao. Imaš ljude koji se jedva kreću, on lik stoji u žbunu i ne pomera se. Šta ćemo s njim?
Ako ga je okrenuo našo ga.
Šta ćemo s njim? Ne, imaš par komentara kao kako, kao dobar edit, kao u fazonu da je taj klip regularni hunt klip, pa da je neko samo editovao zelene kutije, znaš. Nije tako. Imaš par puta kad uopšte čovjek koga on nišani ne pravi zvuka, razumeš? A on se bukvalno kreće prema njemu. Kako se pomera, tako se kreće prema njemu. Ono što si ti rekao i Nenad pre par dana, bukvalno citiram, ne pravim zvuk, a čovjek puca o mene.
Čovjek trči i okreći, Nenad trči. Na krovu liči Nenad. Ovaj trči po krovu okreći.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Pa dobro, ne moraš više da se pitaš o čemu se radi, evo pokazuju sam ti o čemu se radi. Ne mora da znači da svako to koristi, ali ako ti je nešto sumnjivo, budi siguran da ima objašnjenje za to vrlo dobro. I nemoj da pitaš više kako, pošto postoji kako, samo je pitanje da li želiš da platiš za to.
Wait a moment.
To što vi igrate regularno, to je vaš problem. Ako dođeš u situaciju da te čovjek puca kroz zidove gdje god da se ti pomeriš. To je već zabavljavajuće. Pitam se.
A mercenary woman captured us along the road and took us into the depths of the scar, and just watch. Watch them burn us.
Stana. Of all the devils, none matched her joy for suffering. Stana's madness ends here. Meet me near the depths. She was cruel, but effective. Black-wheeled company was the days of Ash. Changed everything. Her body remained, but her... There are so many terrible memories etched into this place. Memories I hoped to forget. It's only right. Come.
And you should have aimed higher. A gut wound like that was quite the gamble, and very unlike you. What gave you pause, I wonder? Come, Torben. Help me rekindle the days of Ash. Bring back those fires that gave us so much life. Blackwell needs its best.
No. It's time.
I'm not ready yet.
I found my purpose. Beyond the ash, the death. The bear of Blackwield died in Brion.
No! You can't!
No more. I cannot forget my past, but I will move past it. The goose is where I put my strength now. It offers peace I never thought possible, and still doubt I deserve. I was so used to only seeing terror in faces. Please, take my soul.
Da. Da je slučajno prešao drugi.
Ne. All good. All good, man.
Where is the...
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Where is the Oga Buga 70?
Where is it? A znaš dakle taj meme, ono sa Batmana?
Znam, iz Batmana.
Da. Where is Uga Buga? Where is it?
Where is it?
Uga Buga je bio tu. Imali smo kratak razgovor. Gde je nesto? Ko znam. Bukvalno sam počistio ovo sve ovdje. Ostao mi još jedan dungeon. When you have fortify your skills, gain +2 ranks. Interesantno. Gdje nam je Rob? Rob Notes.
Eno ga u Vrbas.
Da, ne radi?
Ne rodu, ne robuje danas.
Aha. Robuje al vagin.
Welcome to my channel.
Trees themselves seem to whisper a warning of this place. Long ago, Astaroth's demons ravaged the land and left a bloody wake. Astaroth is gone now. His shadow persists.
Alo, kume.
Dark things that hunger. And the death awaits in caves.
Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel.
Moram da jurim moje male mobove, znači samo obrnem na drugu stranu. Da kažem, kad moram da jurim ove male mobove, znaš. Samo obrnem na kontra stranu. Nije vredno, znaš. Što dexterity? Kakva glupost.
A?
Gledam item. Glup roll. Ona kugla koju nose čarobnjaci, znaš, ona koja se nosi, obično u levu ruku nosiš štap za bacanje magije, u desnu ruku nosiš kao, ili knjigu, onu kao spellcaster knjigu ili recimo neki orb. I taj orb za kastovanje recimo ima umjesto intelligence ima dexterity bonus. Izđe veze. O Bože. Šta ima?
But now, I can't leave my friends here. Not like this.
Not like this.
We can't do it alone.
Ja treba da ih sačuvamo od ovoga. Da ih sačuvamo 4 bossa. Pa treba sve da vas pobiju. Zašto je ovo event fail? Kad spasem ova 3 avanturista, da svako mi baci po jedan kao žuti item. Znači fora, pobili su te avanturiste i umjesto toga spawnala su se 4 ili 5 bossova i svaki boss mi je bacio žuti item. Imaš ono beli, to ti je ono normal, imaš plavi, to ti je magic, imaš žuti, on ima 3 ili 4 osobine i imaš kao crveni, to ti kao legendary, na primjer, ili koji već kurac. I uglavnom, ove su pobjeli, ali sam zauzvrat ubio 3-4 bossa, razumiješ, koji inače ne bi on ubio. Malo je glupo to sponovanje, razumiješ. Što brže ubijaš neprijatelje, to se brže sponu, zato što je skriptovanje loše urađeno. Ti bi trebalo da ih ubiješ sporije, da se ne bi toliko brzo njih sponovalo. Glupost. Previše sam efikasan.
This will do nicely.
Yes.
Well struck.
Почти. Gledaš Andrija i Anđelka?
A?
To gledaš Andrija i Anđelka?
Ne.
Ili Borisa? Ili Boris... Kao da sam čuo. A čuo sam.
Čuješ ovo što sam poslao Balkan Info. šta se sve. Intervju neki. Rekao sam.
Ne mogu.
Ne mogu,
ja ne mogu.
Kako je goriš?
Ja ne mogu.
Hoćeš da izgoriš?
Ja garu.
Hoću.
Možda izgoriš.
Ja gorim. My ass is on fire.
Joj.
Ostroga mi.
A?
Ostroga mi. Kad počnu da se kunu ostrog, znači da laže kokjer. Znaš?
Kako piše na ovom klipu od ovog...
Ne, to ti je istine, veruj mi. Možeš da me citiraš, da?
Kako piše na ovom klipu za ovaj cheat, ovom reteliku, total players 13, kako 13?
Total viewers, šta?
Total players 13.
Možda je on forsirao su taj lobby. Znaš. Znaš da je bila fora da se spone jedan igrač više na mapi. Ali to je random bug.
Viš ti što se zna odmah da je boss ima tačno metar.
Čak ima taj lik još klipova, šta?
Onaj klip da ne ljudi sve boss arena da je koliko metara.
Čekaj da vidim.
Welcome.
Boli mi je bacio staklenu vodu u oči.
Piše ti ljubičasto boss i koliko metara.
Imaš 2 klipa na njegovom kanalu.
Ovo je iz posljednjih boss.
Ne, imaš, klik na njegov YouTube profil. Za početak koristi Rishade. Za početak također. Na drugom klipu, gledaj to. Wow, pogledaj. Bez zvuka, bez išta. Da, ovdje je mnogo očiglednije. Pogledaj onaj kanal, pogledaj na njegovom kanalu drugi klip. Da, pogledaj spawn fight kako je odradio.
Što je pingovo, brat moj?
Random je pingovo tamo, a znaš da se koraci od recimo tvojih saigrača mnogo jače čuju nego njihovi koraci koji su ono kao recimo na 70 metara. Dok god su tvoji saigrači blizu.
Ma nema ima ono ponedjeljak i ponedjeljak on se to za to ispodivaju dva dana posle ono dva poziva sad sam trenutno na obuci se radi od 12
Goodbye for now.
The proposed explanation is that white people are a societal construct of flawed arbitrary groups classified based on the fact that within this very group, white, we put together people of different cultural background, with different cultures. White Europeans, an Englishman, a Frenchman, an Italian, a Scandinavian, a German, an American of European descent, what do they have in common? Nothing, so white people don't exist. That's the thesis. It is a tentative answer which can and will be responded in kind, in the following way. If, based on your own parameters of culture, diversity and national differentiation, white people don't exist, then neither do black people exist. In fact, putting all black people into one single group or category is more nonsensical than doing it with white people, and differently from you, I can prove this one. Through science. You see, African populations harbor the greatest genetic phenotypic diversity according to molecular genetics and whole genome sequence data across a broad geographic range. That's due to extensive population substructure, the largest number of population-specific alleles, and less linkage disequilibrium among the loci, together with heritable variation within the genome. This is why, as he doesn't know because he doesn't actually care, Africa is an important region to study human genetic diversity due to several factors such as climate variation, diet, exposure to infectious disease, a number of demographic factors such as selection, mutation, recombination and gene conversion, which result in the above-mentioned genetic and quantitative variation within clusters. Moreover, Europe has got 44 countries according to the UN, whereas Africa has got 54. Add that to the considerable genetic, phenotypic, cultural and linguistic diversity within African populations, and then tell me again that you've got a problem with white as a subgroup population identifier, but not with black. This is what I call bias. Despite the overwhelming evidence of African population genetics, the pattern of genome-wide nuclear genetic diversity across geographically and ethnically diverse subgroups, and enormous cultural and linguistic divergence shows either a complete ignorance on the topic or a deliberate misuse. I'll take either. So however you try to frame it, culture, nation, geography, language, this argument is mute on a multitude of levels. It shows an extreme bias and the sole objective of singling out a specific group, namely white people, for political reasons, in complete disregard of objective reality. And yes, on the last section of this video I will get to the political concept of whiteness, which is a completely different topic. One thing if significant ethnic, cultural, phenotypic and linguistic disparity within these arbitrary subgroups was really the basis of your argument, you would have said that black and white people don't exist. We are all human beings, but you didn't. And that is why your argument is hereby destroyed. Among some of the comments under this article, we read, actually, there are and is no such thing as white or black, no one has white skin and no one has black skin. This has been a deception used for 100 of years, and then the rest of the comment is irrelevant to the subject at hand. Okay, so this is a rather different approach, still linguistic, but on a different stand. I can give this person a little credit because at least it was fair in applying these parameters to both black and white people, but unfortunately I have to say that even this one is highly ignorant. and it can be paired with some of the comments that I sometimes get under my videos with people complaining about the term olive skin, such as this one. Even though I do agree that subgroups within the human species tend to be rather arbitrary and do change over time, this expectation that all adjectival word usage within language has to be 100% descriptive is nonsensical. Calling people white is wrong because you aren't the color of paper. Calling people black is wrong because they aren't actually pitch black. Olive skin, no one looks like an olive. As I have addressed on my debunking video, Ancient Greeks couldn't see blue, highly suggested living in the description, we shall now address the linguistic concept of type modification. Every word of a natural language can be categorically described by a matrix of values that represent the implementation of features that, in their turn, are categorical properties. Adjectives and nouns serve multiple functions within spoken vernacular and form of speech, only one of which is a descriptive function. Another common phenomenon when it comes to linguistic functions within language theory is that of categorization, whereby an adjective loses its vestiges, its original semantic meaning, sometimes partially, sometimes almost entirely, in order to create a category. For example, the term white wine. We all use it, and yet it's yellow. Would you say that white wine doesn't exist because it doesn't look like milk? Sure, it has got a golden yellow chromatic quality to it. That doesn't mean that the word white cannot be used to classify a category. Now, this happens to be an example in English, white wine, but then again, it so happens that we do the same thing in Italian. We say vino bianco, fantastic. But as we look at different languages, including ancient ones, for example, Old Norse, Latin, you'll notice that these semantic contents can be expressed morphologically in different ways. In Old Norse, high-quality gold was described as red, and so was the sun. African people, to stay in topic, were described as blue. Now, that's not because the Norse were lying, just like you are not lying when you call wine white. It was a linguistic category. Ravens, interestingly, are also sometimes described as blue. Now, when it comes to birds, it could easily be explained away with the concept of structural coloration that I don't have time to jump into right now. But when it comes to African people, why did they describe them as blue? Well, that is because within Norse culture, the color blue conveyed a concept of exotic. Language range cross-linguistic comparison demonstrates that typological classification is a well-documented cognitive...
We're not going out there again.
This looks alright, Ma. Do you think we can eat it?
I'll try anything at this point. Clean it like I taught you. Bring
Znači,
it here
ostroga
and
mi
hang it.
lažu, a?
Has to be better than these fetid fish.
There's a horned woman in the moors, spreading corruption, if that's what you mean.
Yes.
Olivia, welcome to my channel.
That madman Nefane
A vrati, nešto sam
He
pokušavao,
already tried check out as far
radio
as
sam
Boglin's
nekoliko
Stone
dana
Circle,
I
and then
ne
the
znam
druid's wolf
nekako,
companion
sad sam u
appeared and
trenutnoj
bit
fazi
one of my
da
men.
eto, ne
I'm
radim
already
ništa,
short on nights.
ali i
Not
to ne
going to
radim
risk what I
ništa
have left
isto
on some
katastrofa,
bastard who
već
hates the
imam
cathedral.
slobodnog vremena koliko hoćeš.
Nefane sees us as intruders stealing from his land, but how does he expect us to survive?
Mora nešto
We
da
need
se radi
timber
svakako.
to build, or to forge our weapons. Wild game. Truth is, I
To jest
think his
morac.
hatred for us goes back to Donan. They were friends once, but they had a falling. Not sure, but I met the druid once. I was riding through the moors minding my own business when he came up and caused my horse to throw me. I broke my leg. I don't care what happened between them. I'm just glad Donan came to his senses and broke it off with that brute.
Opasan lopov. Opasan lopov.
Damn. I thought you were clean.
Opasan lopin.
Try and find some use for you, little one. Corrupted or no, I'll no let your death be for nothing.
Joj, krstavi, liksićani, ostrogani, rodnogani, sjeva, joj. Igrao sam sa ludim Nenadom i Rumunom do 3 noći. Znači, ne vidim belu mačku. Ja sam bacio staklenu vunu. A valja se raditi.
Thank you.
Što mi se rekao, izašao sam.
Ne bre, bilo nešto rekao bio.
I'm not ready yet.
Rekao nešto.
Boris. Gdje sam pitan? A dobro, ja ću 1, pola 1.
Impressive.
The forest has gone mad. We're not going out there again.
Gdje se treba pričam sa ovom kravom.
There's a horned woman in the moors.
Bla 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 bla. Mrš.
Behavior within evolutionary linguistics and is widespread in the sense that it's linguistically expressed by morphosyntactic means in many languages. It is not a lie, it is not a conspiracy, it's a common linguistic human phenomenon within communicative systems. Now, regardless of the fact that political agents and entities may have used this nondescripted adjectival usage of categorization, black, white, for their own benefits and gains, that does not mean that we are, linguistically speaking, in front of an anomaly. In fact, on the contrary, this is a very common phenomenon which happens within the species-specific linguistic continuum that can be diachronically attested. There's nothing wrong or strange with calling people black or white. When they say white, most people today do not have the old school political concept of whiteness in mind when they use that classifier. Namely, the idea of whiteness meant as a very small group of people, usually of Protestant faith, English-speaking, of Anglo-Saxon origin only. In other words, the approach to whiteness that, say, Benjamin Franklin had, for example, the fact that, Italians and Spaniards were not considered white, but neither were Swedes, Germans, and Irish. I mean, Swedes and Irish are as white as that wall, and still, he wouldn't consider them white. Well, that is a very old concept of whiteness, and of course it is. Mr. Franklin was born in 1705, and the idea even predated him, but that doesn't mean that people today still use it the same way. In fact, it is a fact that the concept of whiteness has become broader and it has changed. And I can testify to that as a legal immigrant into the United States, because as I was going through the immigration office, the immigration officer gave me the forms that I needed to fill in, or should I say fill out, when I reached the section on ethnicity when it came to the US.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own. You, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead. Think I can manage from here? Please, take this.
census, I asked, I'm Italian, what should I write? And this Asian American officer told me, just put white. That is because the idea of white has now become any person of European descent who has got pale or light skin. This is how we use it, and there is nothing wrong with this specific categorization. So people who push this idea of white people don't exist, it's a social construct, what they are doing is that they are addressing the old idea, disingenuously pretending that that also encompasses
Easy, my friend. I'm not one of the knights. I'm looking for your master, Nefane. Think you could help me with that? Good boy. Lead the way. Hello. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah? Sram te da.
Stoko je.
Kume! Ađe pa drugo.
Kako vam čina pa drugo?
What? Who? You are a forest walker. Yet you stink of that. We feared Lilith might seek you out. Yes. I am beyond saving. All you can do for me is find the demon. I will help you. Go to the north. She is there, planning something. There is still
encompasses what every other person thinks when they say they are white. I can prove this to you. If you're a white American watching this right now, let's say that you are a Catholic or an atheist. Also, let's say that half your family comes from Germany and the other half comes from Ireland. Well, according to Benjamin Franklin, you wouldn't be white, but I am 100% sure that you still consider yourself white. Why? Because you're using the modern idea. You're of European descent, your skin is light. This is why I'm absolutely adamant that Mr. Mosley is wrong when he says that the way to solve the problem of race in America, and should I say in the world, is to remove white. No, it's not, because by doing that you wouldn't be removing just the political tool of whiteness, the old school one, but you would be removing also the absolutely legitimate categorization that white people use when they talk about a less melanated skin. What really needs to be removed is bullying, violence, discrimination of people who don't look like you. The solution is the implementation of unbiased anti-racism curricula based on social equality, fairness, and removal of racial inequity on all sides. It's not okay to be horrible to a person.
Under old boughs hangs the heart fruit, swollen with hatred. Let it burst forth and flood the streams and burrows. In this crimson cradle, let there be born an amalgam of rage. Let its anger ever burn, until it has devoured the whole of this wretched land.
Artlico. Welcome to my channel.
Rain's blood. It all flows here.
Welcome to my channel.
Wounded, but not dead. Where has that creature gone?
because they have black skin, it is not okay to be horrible to a person because they have white skin. And before anyone says that that never happens, let me show you some of the comments I get under my videos. Okay, but what about those who keep pushing this idea, blah blah blah, but it's still a social construct, so white people don't exist? Okay, well then money is also a social construct. Money is absolutely a made-up concept. It is a social construct all the same. Does that mean that money doesn't exist? Okay, to those who say yes to that, how about we do this? You send me all of your $100 bills or banknotes, and I will send you an equal amount of $1 bills. If money doesn't exist, what's the matter with that? Nobility. Nobles are a social construct. There is absolutely no justification within the realm of physics to identify people as nobles, and yet we do. In fact, it is more of a social construct than white people and black people. Why? Because if I put a white person and a black person right next to each other, you can still tell them apart. But if I put a man of royal blood or blue blood right next to someone who is wealthy, of the same ethnic group and from the same country, but is not knighted or doesn't have any nobility title, you will not be able to tell them apart. Does that mean that kings and queens do not exist, and princes and dukes, should we remove them all from history books because it's a social construct, so kings actually don't exist? So in the same way, stating that white people are a social construct and using that as a form of justification
No, she was already gone, and I fear she has taken a piece of you with her. Beast born from your blood. What part did you have in this?
All time, man.
To help me destroy the rich penitent. In return for what? I told her where Astaroth is hidden. Held high. In her presence, I lost control. Rage consumed me. There's only one thing to do now. End the corruption.
Huh? Sorry.
Draculazar. Welcome to my channel.
Ajde.
To say that then white people don't exist does not hold water. Because the solution to racism is not to remove white only. The solution is to remove the idea that one type of human is inherently superior to the other. But these people are purposely keeping it vague. It was never about uniting us human beings as members of one single species. For a new society where the value of a life transcends color and phenotypical variance, is used for pseudo-political fraud to enable a discriminatory sentence against white people. All discriminatory language against black, brown, white, Asian is bad. All of it. Historically, all humans did bad things to other humans. In order to build a racism-free society, the first step is to treat everyone equally with respect, kindness, and fairness. And that includes white people too. This, Mr. Mosley, is what we need to realize to end racism. Regardless of where it comes from, the path of hate leads to destruction and a new form of social injustice, whereas a path of unbiased truth will lead to respect, equality, and freedom for all. Pick your side.
Started a music label, and appeared in a variety of different games and movies. He even began writing and directing his own films, which he funded out of his pocket. This all distracted him from skating, which became more and more sparse. He was completely suckered into the rock star lifestyle, becoming a full-blown celebrity, though it didn't stop his skateboard line from outselling Tony Hawk's. At the peak of his career, he had a net worth of $45 million. This lifestyle meant any need for humility or restraint was gone. He lived a luxurious, drug-laden life, spending every day partying. Joe France, a member of CKY, later revealed that at this point, Bam was a full-fledged cocaine addict. The success stunted his growth as he no longer had to learn important life lessons that extended to his friends who had enough money to bail him out of trouble. In an interview, Bam recalled Rab flipped over his car while driving under the influence. This left him with a fine of $2,000, which Bam generously covered, but maybe he shouldn't have. Rab became trapped in an obsessive cycle, a slave to drugs and alcohol. He recalled binge drinking and doing coke 7 days a week. He'd eventually have to leave the cast and Bam for his own survival. If he hadn't, who knows how bad it could have gotten. At the same time, Bam cracked his skull open doing a stunt on MTV Cribs. The final episode of Viva La Bam aired in March of 2006. This is because, come January, they began filming a second Jackass. With a budget of almost $12 million, they took things to a new level. The extreme stunts were done across the globe, and they were able to shoot high-budget cinematic sequences. Because of his popularity, Jackass 2 was intended to feature stunts from Don Vito, but unfortunately, this is where things take a dark turn. On August 18, 2006, Vito was arrested at a local skate park in Lakewood, Colorado. It was alleged that during an autograph session, he inappropriately touched 3 teenage girls. That included groping a 12-year-old. He was immediately arrested and charged with the sexual assault of minors. The trial concluded a year later in October of 2007, where he was found guilty. Vito reportedly screamed, "Just kill me now," before collapsing to the floor and flailing around. "I can't spend the rest of my life in jail. You cops lied, and you can rot in hell." He was sentenced to 10 years of probation in Pennsylvania. This included registering as a sex offender and not being allowed to portray Don Vito in any capacity. Vito was legally barred from appearing on TV and had to be digitally removed from Jackass 2. They even cut out a sketch he did in which he had an entire tooth pulled out by Bam's Lamborghini. Bam didn't take this lightly. He addressed his uncle's crimes on Radio Bam, viewing it as an injustice. He was so angry that he refused to host his regularly scheduled program.
Sorry people, I'm too pissed off to do a show today. Let me just say this. Fuck America and all you fuckers living in it, because I'm sick of people trying to get money off of slipping on a grape in the grocery store and fucking walking on a weak school roof and then breaking their leg when they're trying to break in, and then they get all kinds of fucking money. I think the lawyers and the people are all fucked up, and let me just sum up some shit about something that I'm not allowed to talk about. And guess what, ladies? Vito doesn't have any fucking money. He has a red Ford Ranger, and that's it. And the $75 grand that MTV gave him, he's spending on a fucking lawyer to defend himself. And the fact that he's so unhealthy, he's probably gonna die this year. I think he has to spend the last few days of his miserable life flying back and forth to Colorado to defend himself about some piece of fucking bullshit fucking case with that you know that you're trying to get money. That's it. That's the only thing.
The defense that Bam and Vito's lawyer would have is that it was a character act gone wrong. He'd mimic choking guys and groping girls for photos. It was usually for show, but Vito was intoxicated that day. He straight up peed himself in public. Of course, this did little to convince people that it was okay to grope a 12-year-old, and Bam himself had previously noted Vito's disregard of consent.
Vito straight up rapes, dude. We have Novak gets pussy, I'll vouch.
And so does Vito.
Novak gets pussy. Vito does not get.
Yes, he does.
No,
He
that
not
just
fucking
feels and
No,
he rapes
that
you.
just goes to show that
yo, so many
anybody-
girls, yo, if you girls are out there listening and Vito copped a feel on you, dude, sue his. You're nuts, man. Straight up, dude. Vito's a fucking little homo. He got so many feels, Abe.
It's unclear what he thought beyond his initial reaction, but it likely did little but complicate his already unstable life. For years, Bam was in a serious relationship with a woman named Jen Ribble. It wasn't a secret, with her presence felt in his various endeavors. To promote the CKY DVD, he even included a tape of them having intercourse as an Easter egg. By Viva La Bam, the two were engaged and living together, but behind the scenes, the relationship was tumultuous. Jen was alleged to be physically abusive, with Bam having to break things off. He'd even file a protective order against her in 2006 after she broke into his house. He alleged that she scaled the 10-foot wall of his mansion to break in through the back door. Then she yelled he shouldn't have broken up with her. He was granted his request. Jackass 2 released in September of 2006. It grossed $84.6 million, proving the franchise was here to stay. While they hadn't known each other at first, the cast became very close. Knoxville even encouraged them to film more stunts than necessary because he didn't want them to leave. There was so much extra footage they were able to release a second movie called Jackass 2.5, but the constant danger was beginning to take its toll. The film ends with a theatrical performance of the best of times, with decorated sets, complex choreography, and costumes. Sam and Ryan Dunn appeared together before being dragged away by a horse. Dunn would get the worst of this. He landed on his shoulder, causing a life-threatening blood clot. This deeply unsettled him as he was told by doctors he could die at any minute. While receiving the treatment, he was then diagnosed with Lyme disease. This pushed him into a deep depression to the point that he cut himself off from everyone for 2 years. Before Jackass 2, Steve-O was a full-on cokehead. But the film's production and family atmosphere actually helped him quit. This did not last once production ended.
Always really latches on to any family type of house. With Jackass, he's got us in that family. He's doing Wild Boys, he's got that family. But when Jackass number 2 was done, you know, we all kind of went our separate ways for a little bit. And then Steve-O's really left without a family.
Within months of his release, he was back on drugs to an even worse degree. Bam recalled, Steve-O was pretty much 24/7 out of his mind. He'd wake up to nitrous balloons, then drink vodka and grape juice, snort a line of Special K and then a line of Coke, and then smoke PCP with weed in it. Seriously, anything you can think of, he would do. He was on this path of pure destruction. Bam, in spite of his addiction, was comparatively functional. In fact, his life was progressing to the next stage. In high school, he met a girl named Melissa Rothstein. Shortly after his breakup with Jen, he reconnected with Missy, and the two began dating. In 2006, he proposed with their wedding plans filmed for Bam's Unholy Union. The couple got married in downtown Philadelphia in front of 350 friends and family. That included the Jackass crew. The party became so intense he ended up shelling out $13,000 to cover damages. While Bam was in a better state than Steve-O, he had no shortage of his own issues. His alcoholism only got worse as he began to regularly make headlines in the tabloids. In 2009, Bam was rushed to the hospital after Missy reported a possible overdose. His severe dehydration turned out to be the result of a 4-day drinking binge. He publicly blamed it on marital problems, stating, "I may get a divorce. Booze helps." Missy would later state that his drinking severely affected his personality, likening it to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The two attempted to reconcile by attending couples counseling twice a week. He went into rehab, where he was prescribed Lexapro to help control his mood swings. While optimistic, it was unable to salvage their marriage. In 2010, he revealed on the Howard Stern show that they were now living separately. They only saw each other once a week. He alluded to having extramarital affairs, with his infidelity leading her to file for divorce. Meanwhile, Tremaine and Knoxville began conceptualizing a third Jackass. They intended to take advantage of 3D, with the project being greenlit in early 2010. The entire cast was back together, though there was one problem: Steve-O. On February 23, 2008, the cast appeared on MTV for a 24-hour takeover. He arrived incredibly intoxicated, slurring his words and causing a scene. This led him to be unceremoniously removed. A week and a half later, Steve-O was arrested for vandalizing a neighbor's property. A police search led him to be charged with a felony possession of cocaine. He was so out of his mind that he was involuntarily detained at a psych ward. The sobriety made him suicidal, and he sent a concerning mass email to his co-stars. "I figured out that I did a great deal of damage to my brain by abusing drugs. Now that they've all worn sworn off, I'm facing the consequences. This led to his stay being extended from 72 hours to 14 days. On June 4th, he pled guilty but avoided jail by successfully completing treatment. He was now sober, though struggled enough that he returned to the institution a month later. I've had horrible mood swings and severe depression. My brain is fucked up from using so much cocaine, ketamine, PCP, nitrous oxide, and all sorts of other drugs. There was a lifestyle that felt intrinsic to Jackass. It had the potential to cause him to relapse, ruining all of the progress he'd made. Because of this, it was agreed upon that during filming, they were all to remain sober. No alcohol was allowed on set. This didn't mean they would hold back, as their stunts intensified. I mean, this is the one where Steve-O is subjected to the Poo Cocktail Supreme. He's strapped in a porta potty and slingshotted 150 feet in the air. Yet against all odds, it worked, and Steve-O remained sober to this very day. Jackass 3D released in October of 2010 and went on to become the franchise's highest grossing film. It was actually possible to be a daredevil without falling to substance abuse. With that said, the restriction didn't lead them all to get sober. Everyone except Steve-O would hit the bars after filming, a decision that ended up jeopardizing parts of the film. On June 12th, a fight broke out outside of Bam's bar in Westchester. It's unclear why it began, but it ended with a woman hitting Bam in the back of the head with a baseball bat. She was arrested on 5 charges, including felony assault. The injuries were so severe, Bam was placed in the ICU, with his head having to be stapled together. The assailant later claimed she attacked him because he called her the N-word. Bam denied this, stating, "I called her a crazy bitch and an idiot, but I definitely didn't use the N-word." His injuries forced them to rewrite the intro, as he no longer could handle the originally planned stunt. While one might expect this to have led Bam to become more careful, he continued to find himself in drunken altercations. In March of 2011, he became belligerent after a crowd of people mocked him. He singled out an overweight woman, calling her a sea otter. This led him to be pushed over and knocked out with a kick to the head. If you'll recall, Ryan Dunn became a recluse after the second movie. He cut off the entire cast for 2 years. This ended after being shown test footage for Jackass 3. He was impressed enough that he decided to return. He'd later reflect that it was the most fun he'd had in the franchise. But this comeback was cut tragically short. You see, even outside the 1995 crash, Dunn had a history of reckless driving. He'd amassed 23 traffic citations, including a DUI. It got to the point that in a DVD commentary for Viva La Bam, they predicted it'd lead to his death.
Well, the car he almost killed you kids in was not his car. He was supposed to be working on it.
Well, Dunn learned his lesson when he rolled his car a couple months ago.
Oh, yeah, sure, he learned his lesson. He'll never learn his lesson.
Dunn destroyed his own car by rolling it, by driving like an asshole.
He always drives like an asshole.
Too true.
I'm serious.
He's the worst driver,
he's
too.
He's a grandstander. I'll tell you, he's going to eat it someday in a car accident.
He already has plenty of time. He's going to eat it one of these times. He's wrecked 6 of other people's cars and 3 of his own.
I have him in the death pool for
that.
death by vehicle.
Yeah, he's the vehicle guy.
In the late hours of June 19th, 2011, Ryan and his friend Zachary Hartwell visited Barnaby's Westchester bar. He became the life of the party, buying drinks for everyone there. Ryan himself had at least 4 whiskey shots on top of a number of beers. The two left before 3:30 a.m., with Ryan driving in his Porsche 911. He would never make it back home. While driving, Ryan Dunn veered off the road at over 130 miles per hour. The vehicle flew over a guardrail, hitting a tree and bursting into flames. Both of the men were killed. Ryan's blood alcohol level was later found to be more than twice the state's legal limit. The loss of Dunn was felt throughout the entire industry. There was an outpour of grief from both fans and celebrities who mourned his loss. The Jackass cast would issue a statement denoting that they'd lost one of their own, and MTV would produce a 1-hour special paying tribute to his life. But few were as devastated as Bam, who had lost his best friend.
I've never lost anybody that I care about. It's my best friend. I was in Arizona when I heard, and I just remember I was with some friends having the best time ever. And at 12:30, I just started punching out the windows of the rental van and ripping out the speakers, and I don't even know why. I wasn't mad at anything or anybody, and if it's 12:30 there, that means that it was exactly when he crashed. He was the happiest person ever. The smartest guy. He has so much talent. And he had so many things going for him. It's just not right. Not right. It was the worst phone call I've ever got in my life.
While there was overwhelming support, not everyone was sympathetic. Roger Ebert, an esteemed film critic, would tweet this out mere hours after his death. "Friends don't let jackasses drink and drive." Bam fired back, "I just lost my best friend. I've been crying hysterical for a full day, and a piece of shit Roger Ebert had the gall to put in his 2 cents about a jackass drunk driving, and his is one. Fuck you. Millions of people are crying right now. Shut your fat fuck mouth. Though insensitive, many were quick to point out that Ebert was right. He drank, he drove, 2 people died. They could have easily crashed into another car and killed more people, but it was said far too soon. A mistake the critic admitted himself. To lose one of his closest friends since childhood broke him, sparking a very public downward spiral. A month later, he was hospitalized after tackling his neighbor, breaking an arm and several ribs. In September, he was detained after punching a cab driver and kicking in the car door. That spring, he got into a street fight in Australia over a girl. His opponent was an undefeated professional boxer, and in August, he was kicked out of an airport for being loud and combative while reeking of booze. He defended himself by claiming the smell was from a bender the night before. By his own admission, 2012 was the year he lost control of his drinking. Not only was he struggling with the loss of Dunn, but bone spurs forced him to stop skating. With nothing else to do, he descended further and further as an escape from real life. On September 14th, Bam was sexually assaulted. In the middle of the night, a 24-year-old stalker broke into his home. He awoke to find her completely nude and kissing him. He pushed her off, only for the woman to masturbate on his bedroom floor. It was later discovered she'd been secretly living on his property for weeks, hiding out in his giant tree fort. Though the assault led him to get herpes, he didn't press charges. In November, his divorce with Missy was finally settled. His now ex-wife would tweet, "Officially divorced, happy, and finally free. Who want to come to my divorce party?" Haha. It had been effectively over before this, but it was finally on paper. The timing couldn't have been better either, as it was around this time Bam entered a new long-term relationship. While at a concert in California, he met a model and photographer named Nicole Boyd. The two fell in love and quickly began dating. Within a year, the couple was engaged, and on October 5th, 2013, married. The ceremony was held at the Random Hero Festival in Iceland. The vows were followed by a charity performance from his band, Fuckface Unstoppable. Bam had vacationed to the country several times that previous year. He recalled it as Dunn's favorite place, with the two first visiting amid CKY, but he refused to respect their laws. He'd end up in legal trouble after wrecking a rental car. Over the span of 5 days, he kicks the door in, left scratches, and covered the backseat in paints. He later explained this crashing was the result of a drunken stupor. Following this, there was a noticeable absence of his name from headlines. His love for Nikki seemed to quell his worst behaviors, at least temporarily. Instead, he found himself at odds with another friend's addiction. Early on, I touched on a skater named Brandon Novak. Bam had known him since he was 10 years old. He'd similarly gone professional at a young age. At 14, Novak joined the Powell Peralta team, which had members like Tony Hawk. However, he left after being given an ultimatum over drug abuse. This was the beginning of a 2-decade-long battle with addiction. He'd undergo rehab 13 times among multiple arrests and overdoses. He stole from and manipulated loved ones to continue indulging. He even engaged in prostitution to support his habit. In 2003, he managed to stay sober for 5 years, but relapsed on heroin in 2007. It left him worse than before. Bam described it as the worst he'd ever seen, as he was just killing himself now. Yet, throughout it all, Novak made appearances in Jackass and Bam's other ventures. Bam and the crowd I ran with, everyone liked to party, so if people wanted to be friends with me, they came up to me and handed me drugs. It's not like I was running with the most sober of crowds. Bam found himself frequently lending a hand to his childhood friend. Howard Stern would question him on this in an interview with the two in 2014.
Do you ever say to yourself, because you are a movie star and you do have a career, do you ever say, what am I doing with Novak? I mean, do you ever question your friendship with him? Have you ever had a moment where you almost gave up on him?
I know that he's never going to pay me $125,000 back. He already owes $300,000 in hospital bills in Baltimore for ODs.
To be fair, there were several points where he institutionalized him or imposed sobriety. That was the case when, after amassing over 30 arrests, Bam finally put his foot down. Novak was the opening act for his band, performing naked and intoxicated as Phil Collins. In May of 2015, they were scheduled to tour in Australia. Novak was only allowed to drink. Yet, shortly before the flight, Bam caught him with $500 worth of heroin. He told him to get out and he banned him from touring. He then called Novak's mother and informed her of what happened, leading him to become homeless. In the end, this decision saved Novak's life. He was forced to detox by his probation officer, and at rock bottom, he finally took it seriously. Ever since that day, he's been completely sober. Now, you might be wondering why I'm going into so much detail about Novak when this video is mostly focused on Bam. That's because, like Steve-O, there was an air of relativity. Novak's drug abuse always made Bam's behavior seem insignificant. Bam was the one who got to lecture them on how destructive addiction could be. But eventually, both were able to conquer their demons and come out as functional, fuller people. That June, Bam got into a vicious fight in Iceland at the Secret Solstice Festival. He attempted to drunkenly strong-arm his way into the production room, heckling 2 women. The commotion was heard by a group of local rappers, who then knocked him out. When Bam returned, he entered rehab for the first time since 2009. But he'd leave without finishing the program, instead deciding to film this video for his so-called Earth Rockers.
You don't have to be a musician to be an Earth Rocker. Payback's a bitch, motherfucker.
He then went on a bender so severe his mother stepped in. April was unable to convince him to go back to rehab, so she instead proposed they appear on a reality show, Family Therapy with Dr. Dead. He surprisingly agreed, and season 1 would partially chronicle his alcoholism. This revealed the extent of his issues to the public for the first time. He was overweight and slurred so heavily that subtitles were required to understand it. His right hand is seen bloodied as he drunkenly punched a car window the night prior. He'd admit that he hadn't gone longer than a week without drinking in 10 years. He also reveals that his lifestyle required him to relearn skating. While the decision to appear on this type of show is questionable, it was helpful. Bam was forced to quit cold turkey, and he remained sober for the next 6 months. He moved twice, first to Estonia and then to Spain. He got in better shape and focused on skating for the first time in 5 years. He even began selling merchandise celebrating his sobriety. People were hopeful that he'd finally stop the spiral sparked by Dunn's passing, but a few incidents painted a different picture. That summer, he was arrested in Finland after an extremely heated argument with his wife. It's unclear what it was over, but one thing was for certain. He was back to drinking. Months prior, Nikki had gotten into a car crash herself while under the influence. She wrecked his Porsche. These both indicated that the couple now shared a toxic relationship with alcohol, but things went quiet after the couple moved back to Pennsylvania. It was for good reason. Nikki was now pregnant with his son. On December 23rd, 2017, Phoenix Wolf Margera was born. Bam was now a father, so it was more important than ever he got himself straight. You know where this is going. In an interview, Bam claimed to have been mostly sober since 2015, but to state the obvious, casual drinking for a recovering alcoholic is a recipe for disaster. 16 days after the birth of his child, he was arrested again for drunk driving and given probation. He went back to rehab, which led him to remain sober for the next 7 months. Then he was robbed at gunpoint while visiting Colombia. Okay, it's kind of understandable why he'd drink then, but that's assuming you can take him at his word. Steve-O would publicly call this out as an excuse, pleading for him to stop on TMZ. He shed doubt on this claim of being 7 months sober.
And then I saw TMZ talking about him drinking again. It's sad, dude. Like, I kind of saw the signs, right? You know, I mean, there was no surprise, and if anything would surprise me, it's that he only drank then. You know, not to be calling him out and trying to talk shit about him, but just looking at what he's posting, you can kind of see where he's at.
The fact this had to be said publicly is a sign of what's to come. It was getting to the point that he couldn't be helped privately. Novak would echo this sentiment, writing, "His demons seem to have the best of him at the moment. So God willing, if and whenever he's ready, I will do whatever it takes to get him sober." It turns out that after the DUI, his friend staged an intervention to no avail. Bam began drinking regularly again, having vodka at clubs every other day. It got to the point that he was blackout pissing on counters and getting into fights again. He'd fully relapsed, a fact that wouldn't be made public until he checked back into rehab for New Year's 2019. Third time's the charm. He left after 10 days, stating he didn't belong there and that he could do better on his own. This was explained in a handwritten letter that was also a bitter response to Steve-O and Novak. "Dear assholes who want to talk shit about my sobriety, I realized all my friends that were raging drug addicts were hell on wheels, piles of pure shit that I thought could never get help. All of them are now sober, including Steve-O and Novak especially. I thought they were lifers who will never stop, and they did. Now keep in mind that Novak was a raging liar, cheater, heroin addict, Xanax addict, Vicodin, Percocet 30s, diluted Suboxone, methadone, and red wine blackouts. He had a major problem and needed to get fixed. My problem is when I get bored, I drink alcohol, and then suddenly I'm not bored. I have never had a pill problem of any kind. I am on and off prescribed Adderall, and besides that, I would occasionally do cocaine with a stranger that offered me a bump in the bathroom. So suck on my shit and eat my fuck. If you think I left rehab to go party, I'm not interested. Without alcohol stepping in my way to ruin it again, I am on a mission. Thanks to the rehab, bye to the rehab. Now off I go to finish what I started." 2 months later, TMZ released a video showing Margera screaming at his manager in a comedy club.
"We came early because you said to come early. Where is everybody? There's 50 people sold tonight. Take me home. All right, we'll go home. Now, get my reins over and take me home. I'm leaving. Take me home now first. I'm going. No, I'm going. I don't know. I'm going.
He'd explain his anger in a series of Instagram posts, insulting his street.
Oh my lord.
wife.
My wife left me and she went back with my Ranger. If I don't see her at the show, I'm canceling. That means you better be a new outfit. Or else I'll finish. His street took all my credit cards and went back home. And now I'm at the Soho Grand and I can't check in. I better see you in 24 minutes, Mickey.
His family tried to have him committed, but it only lasted a week. There was nothing they could do to force him to get help. Bam.
Filled with endless howling. Woe to us all. Cinch this belt tight against the creatures of the night.
Needed to want it himself. Instead, he began hosting open house parties at his mansion, Castle Bam. He announced them on Instagram and instantaneously drew crowds of thousands, who were more than willing to indulge him. His postings slowly became more deranged as he seemed to lose grip on reality. Take, for example, this one that proceeded to party. He demanded Novak pay him for all the money he lended over the years. If not, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. He then suggests they collect 50 days worth of skater urine to fill a hot tub. Whoever stays in with a partner who can shoot on command will receive a $100 cash prize. 100 whole dollars, how generous. With rants like these, it's no surprise that longtime friends felt he was going to die, and it only got worse as time went on. He claimed to be done with both his wife and Novak. I've spent my whole life fixing Novak. Now that he's fixed, he forgets who fixed him. He also created a secret language called the Vampire Alphabet. There was a new obsession with creating nonsensical drawings. He attempted to explain them, leading viewers to suspect he was abusing Adderall.
It becomes on this side, English, and on that side, so it's now just when you read the surface, it's just a C on both angles. So a 0 is technically a C. It's everything. But how is that created? So, because, why? Because I said so. That would mean language.
When Novak was at his lowest in 2015, Bam and Joe France did a podcast discussing his heroin addiction. 4 years later, and the roles were reversed. They offer unique insight into his situation and dispel many of the excuses offered for him. That included the idea of his spiral being the result of Dunn's death. This is because Ryan had been present at Bam's very first intervention in 2009.
I mean, we're all there begging Bam to go into a rehab. We had the rehab people there. Everything was ready to go. The room was set up, and Bam was so furious. He goes, "This better not be an intervention. I'm not even drunk." And we were like, "Bam, you're not drunk now. You were drunk 3 hours ago. You just slept it off." He was furious, and he went up, and Ryan Dunn was the one who walked up those stairs and came out of that room with Bam. 25 minutes later, and Bam said, for years, Bam has been telling everyone, he's been telling the world, he was so heartbroken when Ryan Dunn died. His whole life fell apart, and that's when he began his substance abuse. That is an addict's lie to himself, because Ryan was there for that first interview.
So now we're seeing this pattern develop that you're explaining very vividly, by the way, by Ethnic. A really good picture of the disease of alcoholism. And this pattern has emerged. What it boils down to is justification and deflection. Sleight of hand type tricks, smoking mirrors, if you will. Everything, everyone else, please don't focus on my situation at hand.
Whenever he was on substances, he wasn't reliable, likening him to Jekyll and Hyde once again. This apparently led him to flake on a movie gig, which got him blacklisted from Hollywood. By pushing away his business associates and peers, all that were left were the bottom feeders.
Bam always dictating the terms of how he will get better when he has put himself in these positions.
So now his life is consumed by even worse bottom feeders. By even the biggest scumbags in town are now the only people that can take this anymore, and coming and living at his house and mooching off him. And I mean, one guy came over his house, sold one of his four-wheelers. Like a contractor came by the house and said, "Hey man, like I'm selling this four-wheeler, you want it?" The guy took it home, and then the fucking people were like stealing so much money.
That was our old coke dealer.
He was now surrounded by people who wanted to use him for his fame and fortune. They claimed to have his best interests at heart while supplying him with parties and liquor. These
facial ash. Our demon's touch leaves deep scars.
I was born in the Druid Enclave across the sea.
Ah, I've heard of you and your kin. Welcome to the First Forest.
You there! Come here! The horned woman. The beast. Nothing could stop them. Not our steel, not our...
Listen to me.
Somewhere inside the light has forsaken.
Please, Eddie, hit me. Onda me spali obratno, onda bi kukao to da punu lomi malo. Molim te, moram mi sipat vodu gore. Voda prolazi kroz čale pre neki dan, pa rad sipa mi ovdje 5 litara vode.
enablers don't deserve to be recognized by name. The most infamous became the laughingstock of a podcast called Cumtown. He'd gotten on the show for them 2 days before the comedy club incidents, a tour that he booked in the first place. That summer, Bam began making vague allusions to the end. Done his dust, and I'm off to a coffin. This, unsurprisingly, led to a wellness check, which only upset him more. On August 3rd, he was kicked off a flight for berating security. It was fueled by marital woes, as he quickly made clear on Instagram. I ain't playing games, I am done with this relationship. I have one rule, Nikki. When I talk, don't start talking. He then insults her for dropping out of high school to wind up as a sex shop worker. Steve-O and Chris Pontius attempted to calm him down in the comments, but went ignored. He instead publicly asked for help from Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, I need your help in a big, big way. My family is in shambles. It's been worse than it's ever been. Ever. I've disowned my mom. Nikki, I can't stand. No, I can't stand her. I'll tell you why. She's stubborn. As a matter of fact, I've printed 5 pages about stubborn, and she's too stubborn to read stubborn. It would drive a person bonkers. So when people say Bam might be going crazy, fucking A, maybe they're right.
Bam's faith in him was bizarre. He claimed that it was due to the failure of his previous 28 doctors. The last time he went to rehab, they even put him on more medication than when he was out. That included treatment for bipolar disorder, of which he was now formally diagnosed. The TV show host agreed immediately, recording a conversation the next day. They were joined by April and Nikki, both whom he aired out his issues with. He argued they were overbearing, likening his wife to the FBI. He rants about his mother not letting bottom feeders live with him. He then spoke about his addiction. He revealed that if not for seeing his son, he would have taken his life amid the latest breakdown. The episode ends with Bam agreeing to rehab and therapy. He did check in, but bailed within days. The first thing he did was get a Dr. Phil tattoo to show his gratitude. Then he stopped taking his bipolar meds and cut off family. Not even a week later, he was arrested at a hotel under bizarre circumstances. He claimed to other patrons that he was hired by one of their wives to catch them cheating. Upon arrival, the officer told him, "This is not a fucking reality TV show. I know you're fresh out of rehab, so let's get your shit together." He was readmitted, this time with serious guidelines. They demanded a commitment from him, which he agreed to, but he left after they wouldn't let him use his phone and went back to hitting up bars. He tried again and failed, and then again, it was bleak. But surprisingly, this visit would actually be his last for a while. That's because he was invited by Steve-O and Johnny Knoxville with a pitch. You see, they were in talks to make a 4th Jackass film, and everyone wanted Bam involved, but they couldn't jeopardize the production or his health to do so. So it was offered with a simple condition: Bam had to stay clean. This had the potential to break the cycle, a catalyst to change his life. It had, after all, done so for Steve-O all those years ago. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He'd be spending time with old friends, making money, and along the way, got into a life of sobriety. On August 22nd, Bam posted,
Welcome to
"Today
my
I
channel.
stopped my shenanigans as a promise to myself and Johnny Monty Knoxville." Knoxville replies, "I'm going to hold you to that, Bam Bam." Talks of Jackass 4 continued over the following months. The two were spotted on Paramount Lot, as Bam looked much healthier and upbeat. Even his speech was more coherent. On September 11th, a formal contract was drafted to clarify their terms. It states Bam was to stay in treatment for 90 days. Then, he had to remain sober and only take medication approved by medical staff. Bam agreed and completed the first step, 3 months of rehab, that January. And with that, he was officially on board for the project.
The true about Jackass 4, yes it is. We start filming in February. Am I scared? Medium, yeah, because I usually break 2 bones while we're filming, and you know, I'm 40 now, so I don't know how much I could handle this time, but
In March, he traveled to Los Angeles where he fell victim to their first prank, Silence of the Lambs. He was trapped in the dark and had rattlesnakes thrown on him. They geared up to continue filming, only for production to shut down shortly due to the pandemic. This forced them to bide time as the shoot was in purgatory. In the meantime, Bam appeared on Steve-O's podcast. Steve-O, who was once paid only $200 per bit, now had a blossoming solo career. He turned his notoriety into a loyal online audience. He was now so well known that he passed Bam and became second billing. Yet, he used the platform to hype his friend up, reminiscing about the glory days. Jackass 4 wouldn't resume until 7 months later in October. Bam was understandably quiet, having an NDA. But with his recovery and rekindled friendships, it truly seemed like he'd...
Light, cleanse these faithful servants of their sin. Bring them peace in death. Bloody miracle you made it here in one piece. Lilith and that beast tore right through us. Could have killed me too. But she left me untouched. She's toying with me. wants me to watch her destroy everything I've built. Damn it! Did you see Yorin the way you came? No. She hasn't won yet. There's still a chance to stop her. But I can't do it alone. I am with you. Where is she now? An old chamber beneath the keep. That's where Astaroth is. I didn't vanquish him like the stories say. I imprisoned him in a soul stone. It was a last resort. I built Eldheim over the stone to contain its evil. I've spent my life watching over it, keeping it a secret, so Astaroth would never hurt anyone again. Not even my son knows. I'm sorry for hiding this from you before, but I couldn't risk a stranger finding out the truth. We should get moving. Follow me. If you didn't see Yorin outside, we'll search on the way. When was the last time you saw Yorin?
We're discussing what happened to Erida, and then Lilith stormed the keep. I ordered some guards to escort him out of Eldheim. I stayed with him. This night, he was with Yorin. The last of my son's guardians.
Come quickly.
Yorin's mace is here.
I told them to get out. Maybe he and the Knights tried to stop Lilith. Could she have taken him somewhere? What possible reason would she have? He means nothing to her.
We need to move. The way to Astaroth is through here. I've been asking myself that same question, but I'm as much in the dark about it as you are, I'm afraid. They share my connection strong. Astaroth, the guardian of Lilith's father,
wanted all this time. She took the stone. No sign of Yorin, though. We need to find him.
Mighty Astaroth, the charred Duke himself, confined to a cage. What a pity.
Daughter of hatred.
I have an offer. You will grant me safe passage to a place I am no longer welcome. In exchange, I will give you freedom and more. Donan's progeny, his pride and joy, your retribution, if you give me what I want.
You will have safe passage. Was it another vision? Did you see Yorin?
No.
Yes. Lilith stabbed him with the soul stone. My son. I'm sorry, Donan. This isn't over. I know what No! There's still time. You have to trust me. Meet me in the Great Hall. I had to. Even after I warded the stone with Nafezo, I turned to the cathedral. Eldheim itself is a giant capstone, blessed with none of that. Traitors. They did this to me. To my... I must find Yorin as quickly as possible. I realize how hopeless this all seems, but I've spent half my life. It will take time for Astaroth to overpower my boy. I taught him well. Even now, they'll be close by. Karigar, perhaps. All those innocents to burn will excite Astaroth, make him fight harder to take control. Lilith has what she wanted from Astaroth.
It was a beast. A hound of hell.
Kaina, get up! We have to go now! I can't leave without you!
They're here. You're in! You're in!
He has been waiting for you.
Where is he?
Come forth.
My boy. He called out for you. Wept until his tears became fire.
Do as you please, Astaroth. I have what I came for.
Yoren. I'm sorry, my son. I'm sorry. Nolan, I will leave you in peace.
Been saved. That is until early 2021 when his insane ramblings returned. At the encouragement of followers, he quit his medication. The bottom feeders reappeared, as did his alphabet, and he injured himself while skateboarding, tempting him to take painkillers. Immediately, people realized he was spiraling again, but were helpless to stop it. They hoped that, at least, it wouldn't jeopardize his obligations. Well, whatever hopes they had were dashed on February 10th when he began lashing out at his co-stars. He leaked several messages in which he accused Novak of lying. He had his eyes on him and derided him as the most pussy that's ever lived. He went on to fail Paramount sobriety tests and was officially removed from Jackass 4. It immediately led into a public meltdown, fueled by 7 beers and a bottle of wine.
Who the cares if I'm drunk as hell or not anymore?
I must wait a moment.
Jackass has put me through hell on wheels for a year and a half, keeping me in Pennsylvania. I couldn't leave. Then I had to wake up every day with a handful of antidepressant pills that I would have to show Paramount Pictures that I took them and swallowed them every single day. I wrote them so many ideas, and if I'm not in the movie and they use my ideas, how do you think that that'll make me feel? The last thing I want to do is be in a courtroom with Jeff Tremaine. I love him. Jackass was everything to me. And now I'm so relieved.
We'll take care of him.
Lilith and Astaroth had made a deal, and we were the ones who would pay the cost. Our presence was no coincidence. Everything happened exactly as Lilith wanted. We just danced to her music. Donan was shattered, his mind on grief, not her, not answers. No one knew what Lilith was truly after, or exactly what Astaroth had promised her. But we needed to recover quickly, and we needed to stop chasing her phantoms.
Knoxville. You Spike. You never cared about me, man.
He'd been struggling to stay clean for a while. Early in production, he left without notice, with staff rediscovering him back in rehab. But his dismissal led him to contemplate death, attempting to learn how to tie a noose. It was a full-on manic episode. The next day, Bam reversed course and admitted fault. It's going to be fucking awesome, and it's going to be in a way where everyone wins in the end, so I love everybody. He claimed to be getting help from a bipolar specialist. Then he continued ranting and raving. He called for fans to boycott the film, claiming if they all sent him $1, he'd make a much radder movie. His ideas for stunts include the pissing well shower, which is pretty self-explanatory. Then there's the baby pool piss shower, where the Jackass crew would pee on him and Steve-O. They were leftovers from his time on Jackass 4. So was the title, which he called We're Not Done Yet, in reference to Ryan Dunn. Bam published a letter directed to Jeff Tremaine that is just incomprehensible. I don't know what this means. And in a similar vein, he posted this heartagram that reads, Jackass was my family, abandoned, betrayed, and grieved, as well as the 3 producers who betrayed him. They took everything from me. This continued for months. He went so far as to post coded messages in his secret language to prevent Tremaine from reading them, all while ignoring his own responsibility. It was his decision to break their agreement and return to his destructive house parties. The contract had been done for his own well-being, but he was too mentally ill to even acknowledge that. He mockingly made 2 fake contracts, asking for permission to smash their heads in. It refers to the original clause as a ripoff and calls Tremaine a greedy fat pussy. He later compares him to Harvey Weinstein. His targets, on the other hand, remained completely silenced. Things weren't much better in his personal life either. He posted a video in which he purchases sex toys for his wife, but there's a misunderstanding resulting in an uncomfortable argument.
Well, you deserve to feel the pain.
He complains about his son preventing him from having sex, now only getting to have it every 10 days if he's lucky. She seemed dissatisfied anyway, recalling an incident where she said, I took my tampon out for that. In response, Nikki berates him for not showering or brushing his teeth. I just want to point out that this entire video takes place in a handicapped parking spot. Bam's behavior only continued to escalate. In May, he invoked Dunn to claim that he would have also been upset over this injustice. He posted a video in which he purchases sex toys for his wife, but there's a misunderstanding resulting in an uncomfortable argument.
I bought you this awesome big rubber. You can go.
Okay, where's my wand? And that is too big.
Well,
That's not gonna even
you
fit.
deserve to feel the pain.
He complains about his son preventing him from having sex, now only getting to have it every 10 days if he's lucky. She seemed dissatisfied anyway, recalling an incident where she said, I took my tampon out for that. In response, Nikki berates him for not showering or brushing his teeth. I just want to point out that this entire video takes place in a handicapped parking spot. Bam's behavior only continued to escalate. In May, he invokes Dunn to claim that he would have also been upset over this injustice. He then implied he had blackmail on Johnny Knoxville. This screenshot alludes to a secretly recorded sex tape of him cheating on his wife. It's unknown if this has any basis in reality, but he also showed their Instagram DMs where he writes, if you're gonna fuck me and not give Phoenix his Jackass money, then I will just fuck you back way harder. Ryan Dunn is very, very upset with you, PJ. This implies Bam believes he can spiritually talk to the ghost of Ryan Dunn. Needless to say, Bam had burned all the bridges that had just been rebuilt. That is, with the exception of Steve-O. Steve-O continued to talk to him every day, and even hung out with him in person. This is all while defending the people Bam was chastising without pulling any punches. The 2 people who you're saying wronged you are the same 2 people who organized the intervention which saved my life. Everyone bent over backwards to get you in the movie, and all you had to do was not get loaded. You continue to get loaded, it's that simple. We all love you every bit as much as we all say we do, but nobody who really loves you can enable or encourage you to stay sick. Bam would look past this, though lashed out at far more innocuous comments from strangers. The following was in response to a message that said, get well, Bam. I am well, you shithead. I am simply frustrated with people like you. Delete me, or I will fly to your dumb house to shit in your hula hoops and fuck your non-existent girlfriend. As the months went on, Bam refused to stop threatening their lives. This ultimately led Tremaine to file a restraining order against him. It turns out he was behaving even worse in private. He'd gone so far as to threaten Jeff's children. Look at your children and grab your pocketbook and write a check. If you are greedy and cheap, look at your children again. If you don't sign the paper, look at your children. Sign your stupid fucking contract before you're not safe anywhere. You are the reason I am ever batshit crazy. Naturally, the course of action here is to do it again publicly. He leaked himself calling Knoxville a cutesy whiwhile referencing the alleged revenge porn. If you're wondering what his day-to-day was like at this point, this post was made at the same time on r/trashy. Met one of the jackasses the other night. He kicked down my bedroom door, grabbed my friend inappropriately, and called me a bitch. A video from that night shows him fighting on the lawn. 4 days later, Bam traveled to Arizona to hang out with girls on TikTok. He then visited a very special lady in Florida to have some peace and quiet from his son. His words, not mine.
I'm in Florida. I realized that I have but when you certain sleep when he cried, I told him in food straight that makes me go more back than what Johnny Knoxville and Tremaine made me go through.
He was looking worse than ever and completely off the rails. So it was no surprise that Jeff was quickly granted a 3-year restraining order. Bam was now legally required to stay 100 yards away from him and his family. Though it did nothing to stop Bam from running his mouth, as he only grew more bitter. On July 20th, the first trailer for Jackass Forever was released. It was to great fanfare, with anticipation from everyone who grew up on the franchise. This enraged him to the point that he hired a lawyer. On August 9th, he filed a wrongful termination suit against Paramount on Knoxville and Spike Jones. It claims he was subjected to inhumane treatment, likening the wellness agreement to psychological torture. He also requested an injunction prohibiting its release. The latter was unsuccessful, though the case wasn't dismissed. There were legitimately some grounds of potential coercion. He'd been approached with the offer after just 1 day in rehab. This made it possible to argue it was signed under duress. Tremaine responded by outlining the specifics of his firing. He alleged that Bam began taking illicit amphetamines in July of 2020. The only reason he was allowed to stay was because the cast was desperate to keep him in, but Paramount ultimately disagreed and dropped the axe. Yeah, it wasn't even his decision. The case was ultimately settled out of court, with Bam having it dismissed. It's unknown what the agreement was, but there was likely some monetary recourse. The producers had, after all, previously agreed to put money in a trust account for Phoenix. The film was released in early 2022 and made a total of $80 million worldwide. He appears in only one stunt, in which they play instruments on a treadmill. For all the troubles he caused them, no one ever returned fire. Knoxville's only public comment was, "I don't want to get into a public back and forth with Bam. I just want him to get better." I mentioned that in June, Bam mentioned visiting a very special woman. This was actually a private celebrity specialist named Lima Jevrimovic. It was an intervention with a legal layer that made her his guardian. He was taking daily outpatient classes in Florida while living with a friend and relative. This also meant intentional distance from his marriage, with Nikki filing for custody but not divorce. However, this proved controversial as Lima had a dubious track record. Her company specializes in unproven virtual reality therapy, and in one instance, a patient died under her care. This raised fear that Bam would be taken advantage of and unable to escape. It wasn't helped that he lost phone privileges after drinking at a casino. It's unclear how invasive their relationship was, but Bam did appear to be getting better. He was in better shape and seemed to be healing his relationships. In May 2022, Nikki and Phoenix began living with him again. Not long after, he completed a 12-month drug and alcohol treatment program. His brother remarked in an interview,
I feel like I'm talking to Bam again, you know? Right.
But then the couple began arguing again. It culminated in a breakup, with Nikki taking their son and leaving. He was unable to contact her for the next 2 weeks, and so on June 15th, he fled rehab. He was found by police at a hotel later that day. He returned, only to leave again a week and a half later. All the progress he made thrown away in the blink of an eye. But there was now a new element in the mix. These headlines filled conspiracies that he was under control. They believed he was under a conservatorship, a la Britney Spears. The result was a movement of people calling to free Bam. While it's true many consider Lima questionable, many of these supporters were little more than enablers. This is something even Steve-O pointed out himself in a podcast.
I would love to set the record straight. Number one, Bam has not ever been under a conservatorship. The temporary guardianship he was under did not ever have any financial implications, and what's come to be known as the Free Bam movement has really been very toxic. It serves to try to assassinate the character of Bam's former guardian, Lima, who has never been paid to work on Bam's case, has never done anything but try to help Bam, and it's been very upsetting to see people not only encouraging Bam to leave treatment and go get loaded, but just attacking this woman who's been so helpful and so beloved by Bam's family and friends. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that.
When Bam left the facility on June 25th, he went to meet with friends at a sports bar. Then they went out to a strip club. Afterward, he crashed at a friend's house and can be seen nodding in and out of consciousness.
Wait a minute.
In response, his family issued a statement calling the movement a threat to his sobriety. It did little to convince them, but shows how much faith they'd personally put into her progress. It's no secret that Bam has struggled with mental health and addiction. The Free Bam movement has caused confusion and a threat to Bam and our families. Although we love sharing our lives with you, some things need to be handled privately. Bam has never been in a conservatorship, but rather a temporary healthcare guardianship for reasons not shared with the public. If Bam chooses to speak to this, he will when he is ready. The Free Bam theorists have encouraged his exit from treatment, despite their lacking knowledge of the details, his health, and well-being. We kindly ask you to respect the process and our family. On September 4th, Bam left treatment once more, but this time there was a catch. He began bragging about a new lawyer friend he'd met who offered to undermine his court-mandated rehab. Within days, Bam was spotted at a bar with a mysterious woman, but no longer speaking to his parents. His program was then restructured to an outpatient approach. The lawyer had suggested that Bam leave the state. Bam was then seen at a party in Atlanta, Georgia. He was drinking with strangers and name-dropping himself for attention. A month later, he hit Vegas, never completing treatment. Jess vented about it on Twitter. I was just informed my brother's lawyer sent him a text saying it's totally fine if he has a drink or two. How do I stand a chance when there's a constant barrage of clueless assholes with him at all times? Please, people, help me. My beard is gray and I'm fucking dying. My brother now has a team of 2 or 3 enabling lawyers that would have no problem invoicing me and Phil their bills for helping him die after fake crying at his funeral. If Bam was spiraling before, he was now reaching terminal velocity. But no one could have predicted what happened next. That December, Bam faced death closer than he'd ever had to before. It started when, amid his partying, he caught COVID-19. This led his body to shut down and suffer from 4 seizures, with each lasting 10 to 20 minutes. The 4th led him to bite his tongue so hard that he began swallowing his own infected blood. He contracted pneumonia, which sent him into another seizure. He was placed in the intensive care unit, requiring a ventilator as he couldn't breathe on his own. He was briefly pronounced dead, though did thankfully survive. He was released just in time to be there for his son's birthday. In light of this, Steve-O reached out to once again extend his hand. He invited Bam to open for 9 shows in his comedy tour. He was terrified of where his friend's path was headed, and wanted him to help find a happy ending. It was a hit, with his appearances drawing huge applause. Their last show was in Santa Rosa, California on January 29th. There, Bam got to see Phoenix and brought him to the stage. Bam was in an environment where he was unsure to be sober. He was given an opportunity to see his estranged son, but it was all in vain, as Bam immediately went back to his old ways. That night, he posted an old picture of himself with Johnny Knoxville and Steve-O. It was captioned, "One arm is my best friend who had my back all along. Another is a poser. Procreation thief. If Jeff Tremaine was in this photo, he would be too greedy to fit. Fuck Jeff. Remember I tattooed that on me long ago, Jeff? It was because I knew you were all along. Much love and respect, Steve-O." This is when Steve-O finally gave up. Bam, last night you had your 5-year-old son with you on stage at my show, and you were blessed with the chance to spend another day or two with him. Then, as soon as you left my show, you stayed up all night getting loaded enough to think it was a good idea to post more violent nonsense like this. I hope you understand how awful that is. You say you want to have a relationship with your son, but your actions guarantee the exact opposite will happen. I brought you on tour with me in hopes that I could get you to see what's possible for you if you choose recovery. I've tried everything I can, but I can't force you to get honest and do the work of recovery. I wish you could know how much I've hated feeling braced for news of your death, but you're making it clear that I have no other choice. You're dying, brother, and it sucks that I can't do anything to save you. On February 15th, Nikki filed for legal separation. This was triggered by a specific incident when Bam spent time with her in Phoenix. He was acting inappropriately, leading her to believe he was intoxicated. Not only that, but he stopped sending $5,000 a month in support. This was troubling as she was evicted and couldn't afford to send their child to school. That's not to say Bam was in the best position financially either. At his peak, he had a net worth of $45 million. In 2021, that halved to 20. By January of 2023, it reportedly dwindled to $5 million. In response, Bam took to Instagram and chastised Nikki and her lawyer. He claimed they were never officially married as he didn't live in Iceland. Then he hit the strip club. On March 7th at 5:30 a.m., Bam was arrested for domestic violence. The victim alleged her husband kicked her, but it wasn't Nikki, and instead a new girlfriend. He was released after posting the $50,000 bail. The case remains unsettled. While Bam was upset with Nikki, he offered support if he was able to see Phoenix. He vowed to be a better father, even getting a tattoo of his son's name in Arabic. On March 29th, the two had a phone call to negotiate visitation. Bam was in a hotel room at the time with his girlfriend. However, things got heated as he began shouting. It was so loud that a guest reported it to authorities. They were subsequently asked to leave, and they did. But instead of calming down, Bam decided to confront her in person. He traveled to the
I got day-old bread, and these fun rocks I found. The bread's not so bad if you toast it. My best sellers were my carved charger tusks. If you carve the right pattern, they're good luck. I'm all out of tusks.
To the restaurant where Nikki and Phoenix were dining and began screaming. He demanded her to let Phoenix have his own mind, as she wanted him to wait 5 days. The other patrons watched silently as onlookers began recording his outburst.
Well done.
Make up his own mind. Let him have his own mind. Let him have his own mind.
They alerted law enforcement, who attempted to reason with him. He can be seen sitting on the curb and continuing to argue. Because of this, he was arrested and booked for public intoxication. 5 days later, he was bailed out and threatened violence, this time against John Knoxville. He is, to this day, still upset over the sobriety clause.
Knoxville and Tremaine made me sign this basically a death waiver to take 18 medications to maybe a zombie. I couldn't get my car. My own wife. Bald hair, fat, weight gain. Jeff Tremaine is too much of a to get in the ring with me. But Knoxville, if I double dog dare him, he says if I double dog dare anything, he'll do it. So Knoxville, I double dog dare you to
Let's go.
3 days later, a restraining order was filed by Daniel Cardenas. Bam's current girlfriend is a woman named Jessica, who has an 8-year-old daughter. The couple began staying in his home after the domestic violence case. This caused issues after Daniel began having very loud intercourse. It apparently led Bam to threaten
Šta? Je li on normalno? Ako misliš dolazit na kafu, ništa od toga. Dođi sutra, nije falo. Ajde, za sat vremena na posao, ne trebaš mi da mi ispiraš mozak. Narednih sat vremena. Treba si doći ranije.
I cannot do that here.
No more cities. We're taking what the fire's left and heading to the country. Far as we can get. This will do nicely. Keep them sharp, keep them ready.
Oh, wow! These are nice big ones.
Impressive.
Well enough, as long as it don't stop moving. Last I heard, the bastards took a beating down at Eltane Keep. Seems the rest tucked-tailed and fled back south. A little lady just wandered in, covered in soot, and made herself a home. Seems to like Glenbeer well enough.
We can always use a strong back. But your talents would be wasted. Truthfully, I've been hoping to visit my sister and her newborn up in Braestake, but the roads are too dangerous. Lot of folks round here would feel better.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Sve. Otvorit ću.
Hello.
Greetings. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a minute.
Well done.
Impressive.
Him in the middle of the night. You have 12 hours to leave the house or I will kill you with my brass knuckles. Daniel's roommate heard this and forced Bam to leave, only for him to return an hour and a half later. This time he was given 12 seconds and shown his handful of rings. Bam responded by confirming the events happened.
I just love these restraining orders. Jeff Tremaine put one out on me because he was so scared of me and I was in Florida. How am I going to do anything? This dude Danny put one out on me because I told him I'd beat him up and I got rings on. But he showed up at 3 a.m. when my 8-year-old daughter Isabel is in there and he stepped over her with a 60-year-old lady and an 18-year-old and a threesome.
as she's hearing sex noises. She's gonna have PTSD, so yes.
The petition was dismissed for unknown reasons. Bam's behavior, meanwhile, was becoming more alarming by the day. The erratic behavior was turning into a propensity for violence, both in public and private. He was only becoming more and more detached from normalcy, losing the few earnest ties he had. Following his arrest for public intoxication, several longtime friends held an intervention. According to TMZ, he was receptive at first, but Jessica would have nowhere to live if he went to rehab. The final straw was Nikki's phone call, who said he'd be welcomed back if he got sober. This upset his current girlfriend, who kicked them all out. If true, this was an incredibly selfish decision, one that would immediately lead to his lowest point yet. On March 24th, Pennsylvania State Police responded to a disturbance near Patopson Township. Bam was accused of some sort of physical confrontation, but by the time they arrived, he fled the scene. This led to a warrant for his arrest, and made headlines, but the circumstances wouldn't become clear until hours later. It turned out the alleged victims were his own family. It began around 8 a.m. when he banged on Jess's bedroom door with a note. It read, "If you even fucking think of calling the police on me, I will officially fuck you up." Jess went downstairs to find his brother peeing in the kitchen sink. He attempted to make coffee, at which point a fight broke out. Bam struck him multiple times on the head before stating, "I'll kill you. I'll put a bullet in your head." He then allegedly threatened to kill everyone in the house, which included his dad and 2 other women. He then fled into the woods. Police observed visible injuries, as Jess later speculated he may have suffered permanent hearing damage. He took to Twitter to give insight to how bad things had gotten. He claimed Bam was addicted to meth and now suffered from hallucinations. This included an incident in which he screamed at a person that wasn't there. He also called out Jessica for endangering her child. Bam remained missing for the next 3 days, but he'd find time to make hateful calls to his family. He was angry they'd put him in rehab the year prior. He accused them of selling his home and stealing money. He threatened to sue them for it. On March 27th, Bam surrendered to the authorities. He immediately shared a photo to Instagram and denied the allegations. He states that he'll be sued for defamation and be evicted from Castle Bam sooner than later. "The reason I lost my cool is because he wants to find a way to 302 me. Fuck him." He continued the next day, this time denying his meth use. "Well, my brother made false accusations of me."
Dad said if anything happened, we'd meet in the market. He'll be here. I know we will.
My thanks, Wanderer. I cannot wait to visit my sister's bairn.
I saw what you and Dolan did for us, what he had to do to his son. It is a cruel fate for an old warrior to see his legacy perish. He did not deserve it.
No, I'm not all right. Just look at the color of her bark. The poor tree. My chanting is the only thing. She needs a piece of her mother. The great oak of Turdulra. Not to go deep for it though. Down to the I'd searched that darkness myself. She was raised here by Vasily himself, first of the Druids. He planted scores of oaks just like her, all over the glen. Only 2 remain.
being on meth. Guess what, Jesse Margera? The results are negative. People expel 70% of meth in their urine within 24 hours. But for the sake of his son, he was done drinking. Right. In response, Jess wrote, "A fun fact that Bam Bam doesn't realize is that his girlfriend went through his pants pockets in front of my own very eyes and found little bags of meth in his very pockets." Whoops, that's also ignoring the years of people around Bam referencing his habit.
Now there's like serious Adderall play, lots of sniffing of blow, and then somewhere along the line he's picked up to like graduating to crystal meth. Right? Like that's another icing on his cake is that he's in the meth.
Jess is, as of writing, planning to leave Castle Bam on his own accord, cutting his brother off for good. Bam, meanwhile, has only continued to chastise his parents, ranting about April's attempts at checking in. Jess claims he frequently threatens to put a bullet in her brain. His net worth, as of 2023, is speculated to be just $1 million, 1/45th of what he had at his peak. This was a guy who at one point could afford 2 brand new Audi S4s, just for fun. Now he's basically destined to be broke. With the most recent allegations occurring so frequently, it's unclear how things will unfold. But one thing is for certain, with even his family unable to tolerate him, he's reached a lower point than ever before. The only people left are his most diehard sycophants, who parrot his bizarre ramblings uncritically. But if former associates, friends, and family are telling you that you have a problem, maybe everyone isn't crazy. There's a lot of factors throughout Bam's life that undoubtedly contributed to his current state. The coddling from his parents early on enabled his rebellious behavior. His young fame and wealth allowed him to never grow up. But for every variable and circumstance he could blame, there's always someone else whose outcome stands contrary. The only difference then is that Bam is Bam. He refuses to change. But with his bank account rapidly depleting and his loved ones drifting away, it seems unlikely for now that this spiral will ever stop. But only time can tell. Or perhaps he'll finally wake up when he truly hits rock bottom. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. Also, a special thanks to Bernie Vids for his help with this video. Bye.
The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines cringe as to show disgust or embarrassment at something. Cringe has become a culture of its own on the internet, whether it's embarrassing TikToks that make the casual viewer wince in disgust, or just the existence of furries. Anyway, cringe, or a particularly cringy individual, is going to be our topic for today. Let's begin by talking about a certain group of people. One group of fanatics on the internet that have provided a plethora of cringe since the dawn of the internet, aka the dawn of time, are weeaboos.
I'm so desu, I'm gonna cry! Next is my neko collar with a bell, it's so kawaii!
Weeaboo is defined as a derogatory slang term for a Western person who is obsessed with Japanese culture, especially anime, often regarding it as superior to all other cultures. The term weeaboo was coined thanks to a webcomic titled Harry Bible Fellowship. The word weeaboo wasn't used to specifically refer to a fan of Japanese culture in this time, but it was shown to be something that is looked down upon, and thus deserving of punishment. A weeaboo isn't someone who just likes anime. It's someone who's obnoxiously fanatical about it. Nowadays, anime fans so often and oftentimes refer to themselves as weeaboos, or short form, weebs, in jest. We are going to be talking about one weeaboo in particular today, the queen of weeaboos, often referred to by followers of the way as the one true queen. This queen is someone who many people have not heard of. Their legacy has been lost. Despite her existence launching the popular gossip website, lawcow.com. Have you ever heard the phrase, "the plaintiff spat and I would not have sex with them"? Well, I believe this phrase originated from the topic of this video. Today, I bring you the story of one cosplayer and his dream to shine. This is the story of Pixie Perry.
I found someone that I think just broke the world record for being a living anime character because, like, her cosplays are like on point and she's just like so perfect. Like, she is my queen, I think.
While Secretary is here, be nice to her. She is in fact the queen. If you are a follower of lolcows on the internet, Chris Chan is often considered the ultimate lolcow because of how long people have been following their antics. If Chris Chan is the Adam of lolcowdom on the internet, Pixie Terry is the Eve. Also, piecing her history together has been very difficult, as many of the sites where her lore existed have not been archived. The main place that this woman was originally discussed was on the message board CGL. CGL is a 4chan board that sends people around to cosplay as EGL. EGL stands for Elegant Gothic Lolita. If you don't know what Lolita is, it's a style of fashion that basically really just focuses on cute aesthetic. To do my best to piece this tale together, I have gone through everything I can find on her Encyclopedia Dramatica, her multiple Kiwi Farms threads, CGL archives, and everything I can find on lolcow.farm. Today, I bring you on a journey down the rabbit hole of figuring out why so many different websites find this woman to be so fascinating. I just wanted to add that I always knew of this person's existence, but I never knew the whole story of her interactions on the internet. So this is me setting out to learn more about her, figure out her story. And although I originally thought this was going to be purely funny and laughing at some silly cosplayers, it got quite sad. This story starts where most weird stories on the internet start, DeviantArt. Okay, I honestly can't pinpoint exactly which website Pixie Terry was discovered on by the victim document on the internet. It was either LiveJournal or DeviantArt, so we're gonna start there. The name Pixie Terry comes from a combination of the word Pixie and the name Yoko Teriyaki, which was a video game character that Pixie would cosplay from. The earliest online presence I can track Pixie down to was her LiveJournal. LiveJournal is a website linked to online blogging, and her account there was created August 10, 2001, though it seems that the journal hasn't liked of most of the entries. Her profile on the site gave us a taste of what she was like. The title reading, "I just want people to see who I am." One thing to note before we get started is that Pixie Terry kind of has a catchphrase, and this title for LiveJournal is reminiscent of that phrase. That phrase is, "I'm just beginning to shine," or just Pixie Terry referencing shining in some kind of way. Anyways, continuing. Underneath the title is some Japanese characters. Below that title had characters in Japanese that when ran through a Japanese to English translator read, "Today, this is Sarah. Barag is only a friend." Not many posts on this account still exist. And because Pixie was an early person of interest, nothing has been properly archived, at least from what I could see. But the first post I could find from any Pixie account dated September 11th, 2002. And judging from the appearance of the screenshot, it appears to be a journal entry on the website DeviantArt. In this entry, Miss Terry expresses how she hopes people will forget and move on about the horrible tragedy of September 11th, when over 3,000 American civilians died due to a terrorist attack in 2001, 1 year before this post was made. So this alone is not quite something that influences the internet environment, but it does show some of her questions and judgments. There are tons of journal entries that circulate on internet of questionable posts by Pixie. There are posts of her complaining about how she hates her family, and posts about how she wants to be a Japanese idol and worshipped. For people who don't know what a Japanese idol is, according to Wikipedia, Japanese idols are defined as a type of entertainer manufactured and marketed for image, attractiveness, and personality in Japan pop culture. Idols are primarily singers, but they are also trained in other roles, such as acting, dancing, and modeling. Unlike other celebrities, idols are commercialized through merchandise and endorsements by talent agencies, while maintaining an emotional connection with a passionate consumer fan base. Some of these journal entries are extremely delusional. Pixie Terry was born to 2 white parents, but she did not believe she was trans. And we'll get more into her delusions later on, but we can say that she was transracial before racial Dollar was.
Are you African American?
I'm not ready.
I don't understand the question. I just tell you that yes, that's the guy. And he was on the other company.
Are you? I must wait on him.
parents? Are they white?
Was racial before Rachel Dolezal was.
Are you African American?
I don't understand the question of, I did tell you that yes, that's my dad. And he was unable to come in January.
Are your parents? Are they white?
Though in her case, she more so convinced herself that she was adopted and that her dad wasn't her real dad. Her early entries reflect the strange delusion that she believed she was truly Asian because she liked anime. One post read,
I am not a stupid white girl. Why does my family continue to hurt me like this? And stupid friends say, white girl. Have they ever heard of mix? Have they ever noticed my skin is not pinkish? I may be pale, but my skin is goldenish, whitish. Ugh!
Another one reads,
I get really offended when people call me white or white girl. Is one person wholly one thing or another? Why do they have to bring that up? Especially if they know my feelings on it because of my identifications and appearance. Ugh.
These posts I discuss here are only the tip of what make Pixie Terry's delusions interesting. It was very difficult to gather information on this internet eccentric in an organized manner, but let me take you on this journey into my investigation on the one true queen of CGL, starting with her early life. Discussion about Pixie happened all over the internet from interested onlookers, and because Pixie was some kind of freak show in her hometown, people would join the various forums to tell their stories of knowing her in real life. An ex-college friend joined the Kiwi Farms, May 27, 2015, to tell the users there that Pixie Terry wasn't that bad in college, I'll bet a little weird. This was shocking to onlookers, as Pixie did not come off as slightly weird to those following her online. Another ex-friend of Pixie Terry also came forward on Kiwi Farms to tell their story of knowing Pixie, that she never fully grew up, and that she is delusional. Delusional is the best way to describe Pixie. Pixie isn't a lolcow because she's bad. She's a lolcow because her delusion can be milked for entertainment. Before becoming a lolcow, Pixie seemed rather regular. She posted a journal entry to her live journal that reviewed her life from 2000 to 2009. Their readers find out that she graduated high school in 2003, that she had her first boyfriend in 2004 at 18-19, and that she got into anime and conventions in 2005. In the journal entry, she tells that her and her ex had moved in together for a short bit, but broke up due to his harsh personality differences and the fact that she realized that she didn't love him. After that, she started getting really into the anime Bleach, and started to show interest in a person named Chris. She writes that in 2008, she began to get an unhealthy obsession with Bleach, which, yes, she did, and that then is when she got into EGL, which is Elegant Gothic Lolita / Lolita fashion. Her unhealthy obsession with Bleach, her relationship with Chris, her interest in Lolita, her outbursts on the internet, her bad fashion choices, and her strange behavior will all work together to get people interested in following her antics. Other strange information from Pixie's early life has also been recorded online via stories from her. One worrying story was retold in her Encyclopedia Dramatica article. Encyclopedia Dramatica is a parody wiki that covers internet culture and usually is based somewhat on truths, but it's written in a humorous, oftentimes offensive manner. The story told on the wiki page is about how her mother would force her to take tanning pills in high school. Tanning pills have questionable side effects, including possibly causing psychological dysfunctions. This led people to believe that this may have been partially a cause to some of Pixie's behavior on the internet, though this is more of a conspiracy theory. It still was interesting. Though much of Pixie's early online activity is lost to time, I did try to piece together old posts to get an idea of what got her to skyrocket to being the idol of the lolcow community during her golden age. The earliest posts I could find are from 2004, of Pixie Terry responding to people criticizing her cosplay. In one post from July 2004, Pixie talks of how she expected people to respond nicely to her cosplays, and was upset and wanted to cry because the cosplay community criticized her costume. In another journal entry from 2004, Pixie seemed to be responding to criticism of her Tifa costume, writing,
I am sick of people telling me that I should choose costumes that look good on my body. What the f***ing My Tifa costume looks perfectly good and hot on my body. I'm sorry I have to stress this, but it is my opinion. People have different opinions on how a costume looks. True, but the customer's opinion is what matters most. I will not lengthen my Tifa skirt to make my legs look better, especially when I think my legs are gorgeous as is. I will not forego accuracy to please some assholes who think that you have to be a stick to be a good cosplayer. That's ridiculous. You say I'm not trying to improve my skills as a cosplayer? To grow? These are things I don't deem necessary to improve my skills. It's taking away from accuracy, which really peeves me off, especially when there's no need to do so. Problem areas. Another matter of opinion. What one person might think is a problem, another might think of it as a blessing.
For reference, this is her Tifa costume. Now, of course, the comments that this post is in reference to are now gone. But from knowing a bit about Pixie Terry, I do believe early on a lot of people just tried to give her advice on how to make her cosplays look better, and Pixie did not take that well. Pixie posted often in hopes for people to praise her for how beautiful and talented she was. And when people did not have the same viewpoint as her, instead of improving or ignoring comments, she began to post baiting posts for paths. Pixie's first still public LiveJournal post appeared on March 25th, 2008. This post marked Pixie's first official Lolita shoot, and beneath the post, she received all positive comments. The first mentions of Pixie's plans go to Japan would happen later that year. It happened on July 11, 2008, when she posted to her LiveJournal that she had gotten her passport. This, too, received only positive comments, which confused me on my journey to figure out why so many people were obsessed with this woman. Finally, we got some cringe. Her early posts are cringy, sure, but to really get the full effect, Pixie Terry began uploading videos to YouTube to an account entitled Orihime Ningyo. Sorry if I can't pronounce that. One of the first videos that she appeared in on this channel was uploaded October 22nd, 2008, titled Car Prank of Doom. And, well... Pixie would continue to upload various videos over the course of the next year of her and her friends pretending they are in real life anime characters. And every video would be downvoted to oblivion. She would eventually stop uploading to this channel and would later get another channel. Her last few videos on this channel involved a shoot at a pagoda and behind the scenes footage of this shoot, where Pixie was followed by two people.
It's real cute. Oh, looking about out in there and looking about. Just thinking about stuff.
Her last video on this channel would be the most viewed video on the channel, and it consisted of Pixie Terry butchering a Japanese song by singer Utada Hikaru. It was also downvoted to oblivion. Along with Pixie Terry trying to get attention from her YouTube channel, she would begin getting into Lolita. Pixie Terry got into Lolita more in 2008, and her early outfits were not terrible or unflattering, in my opinion. I'm not that into Lolita fashion. And she mostly received positive comments. Pixie would receive the first wave of hate shortly after this, however, getting noticed by the LiveJournal Get Off EGL on November 23rd, 2008. This was because Pixie Terry had posted to the EGL community LiveJournal some of her Lolita artwork and requested that nobody criticized her. This is a general no-go. Sure, it's one thing to post something to your own journal and to request no criticism, which still kind of comes off as dumb if you're posting stuff publicly, but she posted to a community journal. It came off as her just wanting, which is the only reason Pixie posts online anyways. She will do mediocre and passable work, and when anyone says, hey, here's a way to improve, she melts down. The Get Off EGL, or Elegant Gothic Lolita, community LiveJournal posted links to her artwork, writing, "Don't crit my ugly anime drawings. I really don't like them, and so I'm thinking about it here. Also, sorry for this OMG. Edit. At least it's better than her other art. Edit 2. Boo-hoo, people gave me crit last time that I already knew. Edit 3. Remember it lets us in on what Pixie Terry is really like. Edit 4. She's crying, guys. Final edit. I'm going offline for the night. I kept the main post, but not the comments. So if those are gone, they're gone. The real final edit. Guys, don't go to a personal journal or DA and bug her. This resulted in nearly 300 comments picking the young woman apart and cemented her as someone the community of EGL would find laughable. Because of this, Pixie Terry began to ban people from her own LiveJournal. Probably a good idea if you don't like people publicly talking about you is to put your social media on lockdown and just interact with friends. It's not a bad idea. Being a public figure is not for everyone. This initial event blew over. I'm not sure if other drama happened to cause this as well. Again, a lot of Pixie Terry before 2012 is lost to time, and even more is lost during a different arc of her online presence, during the Stamina Rose arc. But we'll get to there when we get there. I don't think there's any official Pixtorians, as there are Christorians, you know, the people who catalog Christian, so I'm piecing together this story as best as I can, as I explored the Church of Pixie Terry. The Lolita community would continue to dislike Pixie. The Get Off EGL Live Journal posted one of the grossest things I saw during my research. Apparently, Pixie's no-no photos got leaked, and on September 12, 2009, the Get Off EGL Live Journal posted the nudes with the tags, "Really f***ing lame," and "What a skank." Most comments wondered why the Lolita community would spread possible revenge. But with my limited knowledge of Lolita, it's a community. One person in the comments wrote, "From what I gather from CGL, there is a large distaste for Pixie Terry in the cosplay communities, as well as Anon Lolitas talking about her too. It's really unfortunate though that someone, I assume with no reason other than to stir up, felt that the EGL community would want to see these." Again, I want to add that it's hard to pinpoint when CGL discovered Pixie Terry, because I legitimately could not find any archives from CGL before the year 2012. Anyways, 4 days later, Get Off EGL would again mock the young lady for her Lolita outfits, posting, "It still doesn't fit you. Pixie Terry, that don't fit." Then they posted a link to one of her Lolita meetups, and continued to write, "And don't get me started on the others. Meetup of fail." Okay. Edit 2. Bro, my bros. Sorry for the kind of fail post, XD. I have been sad lately. Okay, feel bad for me. And to be fair, the Lolita community, at least around this time, was pretty negative towards anyone. I read about a total storm that happened because the community on CGL didn't like some girl's jacket. It's just what these girls do, I guess. I don't agree with it. I think it's just a dress. But hey, that's why I'm not into it. But Pixie kept on with her Japan Idol dreams, and on November 5th, 2009, she applied to a program called JET that would get her to Japan. And sometime around this time, she began a job as a substitute teacher. You might still be confused as to why Pixie is considered a lolcow. I mean, she posted some cringy weeb videos in 2008. She gets mad when people give her advice, and she wears some clothes that aren't super amazing. Yeah, I was confused too. This is a lolcow that has 2 Kiwi farm threads, launched 2 gossip websites, and is still discussed in many different niche gossip forums on the internet to this day. I do believe a lot of the early stuff is again lost to time. But let's continue on my journey to figure out why this woman became so popular. So 2009 ends, and she still isn't that interesting. She probably posted some more cosplay that is cringe, and probably continues to do so. With 2010, Pixie was rejected from the JET program, and was obviously very upset. Also around this time, Pixie Terry gets a Tumblr, which is now deleted, and not archived, much like every other Pixie Terry account. I do remember laughing at her DeviantArt posts back in the day. I feel so sad no one archived them. But to be honest, the cringy cosplay she would post there, not the worst I've ever seen when I go to an anime convention. I'd say the year 2010 is the one where Pixie Terry completely jumped into being a weeb. This is the year that she decided to give herself a Japanese name, Sarah Yukiko. And Miss Terry began getting more attention around this time, as she posted more and more photos of herself to gain attention and a following. So maybe someday she can become an idol in Japan. As said before, her DeviantArt is completely wiped from the internet, but one screenshot from 2010 still remains, dated June 28, 2010.
Off to work. Take care. See you tomorrow.
Enough. Da.